All right, we are now streaming live on the interwebs. And I will welcome you to this morning's meeting of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We have, let's see, we're gonna work on our EMS billing issue first this morning, which we heard a presentation about on Tuesday. Then we will shift over to some public hearings. And then if there is time, we will do some work sessions after lunch. But also I am cognizant of the fact that I need to drive to Augusta this evening because we have a confirmation session this afternoon. And I know Senator Brenner will have to be making that trek from a bit further away than me as well. And I'm not sure where Senator Stewart is driving from. Perhaps that's where he is at the moment. Without further ado, we will start with committee introductions this morning and then dive into our work on the EMS ambulance billing issue. So I will start with Representative Evans, who just froze.
My name is
there he is. Go ahead.
My name is Richard Evans. I am the representative for District House 120, which includes Dover, Foxcroft, Atkinson, Brownville, Medford, Milo, Orneville, and Lakeview Plantation.
Representative Quinn.
Yes, my name is Tracy Quint, and I represent House District 144, the Greater Holton area, also Silver Ridge.
Representative Matheson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy Matheson. I'm from District 1, Kittery.
Representative Arford.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. I am Representative Poppy Arford, representing District 49, which is the western side of Brunswick.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Connor. I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Representative Melrano.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gina Melrano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Morris.
Good morning. My name is Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which includes the towns of Turner, Leeds, and Livermore.
Representative Tepler.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and to all my colleagues, to the attendees in our virtual meeting, and to all of the public who may be watching on YouTube. My name is Denise Tepler. I am the state representative for House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsham, and I serve as the House Chair of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Heather Sanborn, and I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. We are assisted today by our clerk, Christian Ritchie, and by our analyst, Colleen McCarthy-Reed. We are streaming live on the internet, so anything that you say or have happen on your camera will be filmed for posterity. I delivered testimony this morning with my dogs having like a fight right behind me, which was quite exciting. It lasted for the entirety of my 3-minute testimony. Those kinds of things are going to happen in this YouTube Zoom world. So please bear with us as we navigate these virtual meetings. We are going to start this morning with Colleen. We heard a presentation on Tuesday in response to a bill that we passed last year requiring a stakeholder group to present us with a report and permitting us to report out legislation. the report was extremely compelling and detailed, and provided a set of recommendations, which Colleen is going to walk us through so that we can, okay, so that we can start to develop a bill. I need to jump out of the meeting for a minute so that judiciary can get started with a quorum. So I will see you guys shortly, and Representative Tepler will lead the meeting in my absence.
Thank you. And Colleen, I don't think I have much to do other than say, please take it away.
Okay, no, I will. Thank you. I was able to email this document to everybody earlier this morning, but I'll pull up the screen and share it. It's just an outline of the recommendations. And so this is just a copy quickly of the enacted law. I'll show that to you first, and you can see here at the end, as I scroll through, there was a provision that directed the Maine Emergency Medical Services Board to convene a stakeholder group to review issues related to reimbursement rates for ambulance services. And that's the report that you heard an overview of on Tuesday. And one of the elements that the stakeholder group was asked to consider and complete was the development of recommendations to improve the participation of ambulance services in carrier networks, including proposals to provide assistance with contract negotiation or to amend the reimbursement rates required under law. And that law, LD 2105, which became Chapter 668, also authorized the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee to submit a bill to this session of the legislature to implement any of the recommendations included in the report that would need statutory changes. So we switch on over to the chart that I should be sharing now. This is an overview of the recommendations from the stakeholder group. There were 9 general recommendations. And as I said, the law authorized the committee to report out a bill. So typically the process that committees use when they're faced with this authority to report out a bill really is you just kind of can have a chance and discussion of the recommendations and determine which, if any, of the recommendations you would like to put forward as proposed legislation. And so today, if we can have a discussion, you can take a vote on each individual recommendation, or you can operate sort of on a consensus model. But the idea would be to look at each of the recommendations, decide whether or not you'd want to include them in a proposed bill that I would draft for introduction to the legislature and referral back to the HCIFS committee so that it could be considered fully as a bill. A public hearing would be scheduled and you would work it just like any other piece of proposed legislation. So the determination of the committee today to include these recommendations in the report isn't a endorsement necessarily, or a signal of the committee members that you would support and vote for each of these recommendations. It really would be indication among the committee members as to whether or not you wanted this proposal to move forward for further legislative consideration. And the language of the summary of any bill that we develop would sort of include a disclaimer statement, if you will, that would explain that this isn't an endorsement of the legislation by any of the individual committee members, but it's really the committee's purpose of introducing the bill is so that the recommendations from the report can be considered by the legislature. So with that introduction, you'll just see I just sort of outlined each of the recommendations that were outlined for you on Tuesday. And if you wanted to, I could just run through them all. I'm happy to sort of stop after each one, or if you want to go through them all and then sort of talk about them as a group. What would you like to do, Representative Tepler?
I think doing them one by one would be a good idea. And then if there are questions about any of them in particular or a little conversation about each one, I think that might be worthwhile. So unless anyone has another thought about that, which I'm happy to hear. Seeing none, please move through them one by one.
Okay, great. So the first recommendation really relates to sort of maintaining the status quo, I think, if you will, that balance billing for ambulance services should be prohibited. And I think, as you know, there are provisions in the current law that prohibit balance billing when someone receives a surprise medical bill as defined in the statute, or a bill for emergency services from an out-of-network provider. So the consumer is protected from having to pay sort of for those balance billed costs. The consumer would be expected to pay only those cost sharing requirements that would be required of them as if they received those services from an in-network provider.
Questions from the committee for Colleen or comments from anyone who wants to make a comment about that? Yes, Representative Morris, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know this is an issue that, at least in my community, because we have a local ambulance that is administered through the town. And I know this is a provision that that certainly the biggest thing that we're concerned about in terms of it is that when folks use our ambulance service within the town, that it's paid back to the cost of that ambulance service is paid to the town, because otherwise it has to go be distributed to the taxpayers. And so I think that some of the concern, and I know the concern around the balance billing, I know one of the strategies that when I spoke with them a year ago that they use is people can pay a subscription service to the ambulance, and then they can monthly, and then they have utilization of the ambulance for the year. And so that is, I know, one strategy that has been used at least by municipal ambulances. I'm not entirely sure on other ambulance services that are not municipal, such as hospital or some of the private companies. But I know from a municipal perspective, so I think it's about, for me, it's really, I want to ensure the viability of the municipal ambulances that are, that is my only concern with how we proceed with the balance billing. I think I'm also concerned, though, about what it does to health insurance rates. You know, if we just start letting them bill whatever they want, which I think is sort of, if I remember correctly, and Colleen can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the provisions of the law we passed allowed them to, that if they build it, because they're not in networks, because it's harder for them to negotiate, so they just bill if you have Anthem, they bill Anthem, and Anthem pays what they're asked, what the whatever that bill is. And I think we may have put that in the law, and I know it's something that we wanted to revisit. So I believe, so those are, if I remember correctly, from last year, and then those were some of the issues we have to deal with, as well as my concerns and where I'm coming from representing my hometown.
Thank you, Representative Morris, and I see Senator Sanborn who wants to make a comment. And 1 second, because we also may want to bring Mr. Kellner into the meeting because he has something to say. But go ahead, Senator Sanborn, and I'll just ask Christian to please bring Mr. Kellner in for comment after you speak.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I'll just mention, though I'm not chairing the meeting, that we would ask for no substantive comments to be dropped into our chat function at any time during any of our meetings. So thank you for following that procedure. So just to respond to Representative Morris, and I hope to kind of structure what we're doing here. We would certainly not pass a bill that only included a ban on balance billing, right? We're gonna introduce a bill that has a set of solutions that were recommended by the stakeholders, but the very first and most critical one is a ban on balance billing, which is already the statute. We thought it was so important that we put that balance billing ban in place last year. And so last year we put our thumb on the scale in favor of protecting consumers rather than in favor of concerning ourselves with the potential increase in premiums that might result from requiring insurance companies to pay the out-of-network charge, whatever it might be, or at the median rate. I forget exactly what we did, but rather than trying to balance it by allowing for that balance billing or by relying on subscriptions or something like that, we decided to put the consumer protections in place and then come up with a more comprehensive solution by April 1st. So, I mean, October 1st, although probably by April 1st as well. So, so those balance billing provisions and the whole scheme we put in place last year need to be revisited before October because they're going to go poof in the bill. So I just wanted to set that as context for this morning. We certainly aren't going to pass any one of these provisions by itself. Instead, we're trying to put together a whole structure that hangs together to protect consumers while also protecting municipal ambulance services, while also protecting our overall, health insurance inflation concerns, and trying to balance those things, which is the purpose of the report. So I hope that helps, Representative Morris, but also the whole committee kind of wrap our heads around what our task today is.
Thank you, Senator. And I also think that that's because in part why Colleen suggested going through them together. And I understand that. I guess I just felt at the time that examining them one by one might help. But Representative Morris, does that make sense to you? Are you comfortable with that?
It does. I mean, if I remember some of the discussions last year too, and I understand where the senator is coming from. I do know there's also, I know my municipal ambulance as well. They do write off a lot of money because people can't pay anyway. But I just wondered, I remember us having maybe some discussions around looking at the different type of ambulance services, maybe differently, depending upon what the entity is that's doing it. But I have no real preference on that. That was another issue I remember, but I think it was well stated by the senator as well. So.
And thank you, Representative Morris. And I also suspect that the committee, the advisory committee, may have examined that issue. So, we should keep that in mind as well. And does the committee want to hear from Mr. Kellner? I'm seeing lots of nods. So, Christian, can you bring Mr. Kellner in, please? Yes, Senator Sanborn, while Mr. Kellner's coming in, do you want to follow up?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to allow Colleen to continue walking through the chart and not get too hung up on it, but also to allow us to have Mr. Kellner, answer questions as we go or clarify things as we go. So if he can just hang with us, I think that's probably the best use of him. But I also would recommend that we have him read his comment that he dropped into the chat right away so that it's in the record, because that's the problem with the chat function, is that it's not part of our public record. So we're going to try and get any substantive comment read into the record. So I'll let you go.
That was my intention. Thank you, Senator. And so, Mr. Kellner, yes, please repeat the comment that you made in our chat. And if there's anything else you'd like to add before Ms. McCarthy-Reed continues to go through the recommendations. You're on mute, please, Mr. Kellner.
I hope that's better. The most commonly uttered phrase of 2021. I apologize for my chat comment, and I'll follow the rules from now on. Just a response to Representative Morris that the memberships he speaks of are allowed and are fairly common in other states outside of Maine, less common in Maine. But generally how they're used is the ambulance service will still bill the insurance company, but they will write off any co-pays, deductibles, or out-of-pocket costs for the patient. So the balance billing can still be prohibited and continue to allow memberships. So it would not prevent those from continuing. That was the intent of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kellner, and thank you for being here. And if you just stay with us while we walk through the rest of that, that would be appreciated. So please proceed, Colleen, with the next recommendation, unless any other committee members have a comment.
Okay. All set?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So I'm pulled the document back up. We just talked about the balance billing. I don't know. So the second recommendation, I'll just move on to the second one. This one related to a suggestion that the legislature look at improving reimbursement for rural low volume providers by requiring MaineCare to adopt a similar methodology used by Medicare, and also encouraging health insurance carriers to recognize the increased costs that rural providers have. Do we want to just keep going all the way through and then, or how would you like me to proceed?
Yes, and so I think because we recognize now that there is a relationship between these,
Yes.
that perhaps we should just keep going unless someone has a question and needs to interrupt or a particular comment on anyone. And I see Senator Sanborn has a comment. Senator Sanborn.
I just want to flag, yeah, sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to flag that I feel like we should be looking at a dual track here where we're developing two bills, one that would be heard by the IFS committee or the HCIFS committee, and one that would be that would peel off the MaineCare parts of this, which I think are also important in helping balance out the reimbursement and avoid some of the cost shifting. But we need to carve that out, or else it might wind up on the table and not pass the whole rest of the bill. So I'd like to just maybe have Colleen be noting for us, like, which of these recommendations would jump into an HHS bill or resolve, probably, I think it would be, versus an HCIFS bill.
Can I just ask procedurally, we're only entitled to report out one bill, I believe, so that would have to be a committee bill going to the HHS committee?
Potentially, but there also is some general statutory authority for legislative committees to report out legislation related to reports generally that are filed with the committee. So there's some thinking, which I'll have to confirm over here, that we may have authority to report out two separate bills without having to go through the request for a joint order for a separate committee bill. So.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. So you'll let us know about whether we have that authority or not.
Right, right. I'm just trying to confirm it with the revisor's office, but I think we may be able to have the ability, even though the specific legislation says a bill, this general statutory authority that's available to legislative committees, we may be able to use that to submit a second bill if that's how the committee would want to proceed.
Great, thank you. And it's just something that language is something we may want to keep in mind for any other future ability to report out legislation in bills. Yes.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it later. LD 274 does say legislation, so that's a little broader. So
yes.
So the next recommendation is requiring the EMS board to establish recommendations within 12 months for a process to evaluate delivery efficiency before granting a new service license. So I think this would be some language could be developed directing the board to report back to this committee in the legislature to develop this process with suggested with a suggested process. The next one really, and some of the others were tied to recommendations for reimbursement rates for ambulance services. And so the working group did recommend establishing standardized reimbursement rates that would be tied to a multiplier of existing Medicare rates. They suggested that the multiplier be based on the urban rate that's used in Medicare and the locality in which the services were delivered. They also suggested consideration of applying different multipliers to network and out-of-network providers as a way to incentivize network participation. And then sort of we'll talk more specifically, I think, about some of their suggestions for what those rates should be when we drop down to a later recommendation. The next section is a recommendation around establishing a voluntary standard offer contract that could be used by both ambulance providers and carriers. Their suggestion is that those voluntary standard offer contracts would have a 24-month term. They would allow or require 180 days notice of termination by either party, and would provide for 120 days to submit claims on the part of the ambulance providers. There's also a recommendation for EMS providers to report annually cost and performance metrics to the main EMS board. And then with regard to the reimbursement rates, I think as we talked about on Tuesday, under the existing law, out-of-network ambulance providers are allowed to be reimbursed at their charges currently until October 1 of 2021. But the suggestion of the working group is that the legislature consider a phased-in reimbursement requirements, again, tied to Medicare rates. They suggested that perhaps you consider establishing a 2-year process initially, and then allow cost data to be evaluated, and then perhaps move to a median provider cost after 2 years. But initially, a suggestion of 200% of Medicare rates with add-on rates, recognizing those rural and ambulance providers in rural and super rural areas. They suggested a lesser reimbursement rate for out-of-network providers, and then also would suggest limiting annual charge increases for services that are currently provided at below 200% of Medicare rates. The other recommendation is that they would allow the use of the existing dispute resolution process that's in place in the statute for ambulance providers. So that would just be an expansion of the scope, clarifying that they would be able to request that independent dispute resolution with regard to particularly disputed claims. And then finally, they've recommended the establishment of an additional sort of advisory commission that would continue to evaluate finances and performance of ambulance providers, continue to look at the delivery system, and then report back to the legislature in 24 months.
Okay, Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleen, or maybe this is a question for Mr. Kellner. I want to try and understand the interaction of the voluntary standard offer, and the issue of dispute resolution, and then the reimbursement model. I feel like I'm not clear on whether all 3 of those go in at the same time or how they relate to one another. If the standard offer would just include the Medicare rates, and then whether there's also a standardized reimbursement model that applies to out-of-network I'm confused about how the interaction between being in network with a standard contract, being out of network with a standard Medicare reimbursement rate. I'm not clear on what in network versus out of network even starts to mean at that point.
I Yeah, I think Mr. Kellner probably could give you more context for that. I listened in to some of their meetings when they discussed this, but I missed some of the later ones.
Sure, thank you. I think one of our major goals was to avoid as much as possible the need for any IDR process. That would be seen as a relative last resort. Our other major goal was to get as many providers in network as possible. So the way we do that is by incentivizing financially providers to be in network. Providers could still remain out of network and be entitled to a maximum reimbursement of 180% of the Medicare rate using a lesser of analysis. Be paid lesser of 180% of Medicare or their charges. In some cases, services do charge less. The idea with the IDR would be that if, for example, an insurance plan processed in a way that the patient and or the ambulance service thought was inappropriate based on their network status, they could then refer that to the IDR to resolve that dispute between the two parties.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kellner. I believe Senator Sanborn has a follow-up.
Yeah, so would the voluntary standard offer also have the 200% of Medicare plus add-on rates as its reimbursement offer, or would it be a different number?
It's the former, yes. It would. So if a service were to accept the voluntary standard offer, they would sign a contract for that standard offer with the insurer, which includes the contract provisions plus the 200% of Medicare as a maximum, with a caveat that they could only increase their charges by a certain amount each year to get to 200% if they happen to be below.
Okay. So then if someone doesn't agree to come in network and sign the offer, we just cap them in statute at 180% of Medicare for the first 2 years or forever under the recommendation here?
Yeah, so as the recommendations are written, it would be for the first 2 years until the cost reporting process is complete and a median and network rate can be established. In the event that this committee or the legislature were to not want to proceed with the cost reporting work, which probably will include a fiscal note, we would suggest perhaps an indefinite multiplier at that point. I think that would be the consensus of our committee.
Okay.
Okay, and may I ask an additional question that's a follow-up on Senator Sanborn's question? I am uncertain about what the financial impact of the 20% difference between in-network and out-of-network is. Can you sort of give me a clue as to that? Is that 20% enough to create an incentive?
I would say, answering somewhat anecdotally, that I think it is. The ambulance claims tend to run, on the low side around $700, on the high side around $3,000. And given the relatively small margins that ambulance services operate, oftentimes a negative margin, I think that 20% is a substantial incentive for in-network participation.
Thank you.
If I may just add one more point, I'm sorry. We do really think the cost reporting is important to get a better idea where there's so much variation in charge and such little clarity on how much it actually costs to provide the service. I do just want to highlight that we would much prefer that route if it was the committee's pleasure.
Thank you. I suspect the committee has some interest in that data collection, but don't know the extent of it yet. Any other comments from the committee about the set of recommendations or thoughts about whether something should or should not be included in the bills that we may report out? Yes, Senator Sanborn.
Sorry, I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around exactly what the how the mechanisms would work here. So it strikes me that it's not just an incentive, it's just sort of like it would be I'm not sure why anyone would be out of network under this framework. And so then I'm a little bit puzzled as to why we require it to be contractual. I mean, are we just doing rate setting in the statute effectively, which is fine. Like, this might be the one place where we have to do that. I've resisted it in doing it in piecemeal fashion in other cases, but I'm concerned that we're adding some layer of contractual complexity here, but perhaps there's some reason why there should be a direct contractual relationship, that you could help me understand why it's important to be in network beyond just the rating concept, or the rate reimbursement concept. I suspect there's an answer. I'm just not clear on what it is.
Or there are probably a couple answers to that outside of the rate, which may seem like the most important piece, but there are a number of other pieces. So, for example, if there was a contract term around timely filing that the provider and the insurance carrier couldn't come to agreement with, that provider may elect to not go in network. We want to create as many incentives to go in network as possible, because being in network, it does a number of things, not the least of which is cleaning up how claims process, which benefits patients, and it certainly does make the system work more efficiently. That's what I heard from our colleagues that represent the insurance plans, and I think there's merit to that. But the out-of-network piece continues to exist because it was our thought we can't force anybody to contract, and there may indeed be provisions with which the ambulance service may not agree with or be able to agree with for one reason or another.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kellner. Yes, Representative Evans, please go ahead. Representative Evans? Your hand is up. You have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Thank you, Mr. Kellner. Okay, thank you. The contract is for 2 or 4 years.
We propose the standard offer contract be a 2-year contract with an out after the first full year.
Okay, and then the cost analysis is in 2 years.
Yeah, that would be the 2105 committee's intent, that a 2-year period is used for cost reporting analysis to make sure there are enough data points to accurately assess what the actual costs are. We thought a year was probably too short.
So that's to be used in determining the median in-network amount. Okay. Are you all set, Representative Evans?
Yes, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments, questions, thoughts? No. I think at this point, probably what we should do is ask Ms. McCarthy-Reed to work with Mr. Kellner and develop 2 tracks of bills. One which would reflect the portions of the recommendations that apply to DHHS and the HHS committee, and the other which reflects the recommendations which we would normally hear and which would more or less go along with the bill 2105 that we released last year. And I guess we do need a little clarity on the in-network, out-of-network contract provisions of the bill. Does that pretty much cover it? Senator Sanborn, I suspect you have a comment. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wanted to just reflect on the fact that I'm still a bit confused about why there would be any independent dispute resolution called for at all, because if our statute says 180% of Medicare is the amount you're allowed to get, and there's no balance billing, I don't know what the IDR process even could consider, because it seems quite cut and dry. I mean, I guess there could be a dispute about whether you're actually rural or super rural and therefore entitled to the add-ons, but I suspect those are pretty cut and dry, and we don't really need IDR. We could just allow the Bureau to make a ruling. So I think that's the piece where I'm puzzled, is sort of, you know, if there is no gray area, there's no call for baseball arbitration. And so I guess I'm still not clear on that piece.
Mr. Kellner, can you respond?
Yeah, I'll certainly do my best to respond. Our stated goal in several of our meetings was to do exactly what you're seeing, is limit as much as possible the need to ever go through an IDR process. So for the in-network, in-contract, you know, that would essentially eliminate the need for IDR process for those services that are in-network. Out-of-network, you know, payment disputes could come up, I suppose, as you allude to, the rural or super rural add-ons, how payments are processed, etc. I would also see potential for other dispute resolution around denial patterns and things like that that could come up for other reasons, authorization, medical necessity, timely filing, those types of things that could be a bit more ambiguous and require IDR for a service that might be out of network.
Senator Sanborn?
My understanding, maybe this is a question for Colleen, my understanding is that our IDR process doesn't address those issues. Our IDR process is a super simplified mediation process, or arbitration process really, of one bid for how much you're going to get paid, a second bid from the other side for how much you're going to get paid, and the arbitrator has to pick between the two. It's simplified baseball arbitration, and it's only bargaining based on the basis of reimbursement. So I guess I would suggest, I think we could probably leave that out of this bill, because I don't see a situation where there would be a question of what the reimbursement for an out-of-network ambulance would be, at least for the first 2 years. Maybe there's a question later once cost basis comes into play. Colleen, can you help at all? Am I confused and missing something, or?
No, I mean, I think you're right about the statute as it's written now. You know, the IDR process is available for disputes related to a surprise bill for emergency services or emergency services covered by an out-of-network provider. And the statute does say that in determining a reasonable fee for the services, the entity who is doing the independent dispute resolution shall select either the carrier's payment or the out-of-network provider's fee. And then the statute establishes sort of the criteria and the factors that the independent dispute resolution entity considers. And that includes, you know, in determining which one to pick. And they look at, you know, the level of training, education, specialization, quality, and experience of the out-of-network provider, their previously contracted rate if they had one, the median network rate, looking at for that service among providers, and they look at sort of the MHDO data for that. So I think you're right in terms of how you described what the role of the independent dispute resolution entity is in terms of they pick either rate, and they are asked to look at some factors in determining which one they pick.
Rep. Matheson?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question around other incentives for being in network, being an in-network provider, not as an ambulance in-network provider, but understanding how that works as a practitioner is different than what we're talking about here. But I just was curious, are there other incentives than the 20% financial incentive that would that would be beneficial to somebody to be an in-network provider, and or on the other side, is there a benefit for them not to be in-network? I guess I'm just not really clear about that.
Sure, if I may. So speaking with my hat on of overseeing a revenue cycle department for an ambulance service, it would be our preference to be a network from a claims processing perspective. It greatly simplifies the billing process, denials management, working with a carrier, being in network. There are a number of processing and administrative pieces that create a benefit for being in network. On the contrary, there was, for example, a contract with a carrier that I worked with. This is an example that falls outside of ambulance services, but just to give an example, the way in which that particular carrier was intending to use the data they received from our claims was not something that our healthcare system could agree to. And that was enough for us to say, because of those provisions, we are going to elect to not be a network for this specific service. So there are several reasons that we could come up with for why somebody couldn't come to terms with a carrier outside of payment. But our goal, based on how ambulance services operate and the general lack of resources to assist them in understanding revenue cycle activities, understanding billing, legal pieces, our real goal here is to make it as simple as possible for ambulance services to be in network without having to have complex contract negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Kellner. And it looks like Representative Matheson is satisfied. So do we have general agreement that we're asking Ms. McCarthy-Reed to pull together a bill, whether we currently have decided on all of the aspects of that bill or not? We will have an opportunity to have a public hearing on that bill and work sessions that will enable us to make changes to the bill after it comes along. But I think at this point we need to see a bill with the recommendations, or two bills, I should say, with the recommendations set in a form that we can analyze them in bill format. And my only concern added to that would be that perhaps there should be something in the bill that our committee would hear regarding dispute resolution for non-financial issues, and that might rest with the Bureau of Insurance. Any comments or thoughts on that? I see Senator Sanborn has a comment and a thought, and I'll go to you.
Yeah, I think we want to be creative about how to make sure this isn't a mandate, a municipal mandate, with regard to the cost reporting piece, because I think and suspect that it's actually in the financial interest of the ambulance services to do the cost reporting data, because they might get a raise as a result. And so I don't know, and would look to, Sam Hurley and Mr. Kellner for thoughts on whether maybe we make the data reporting optional or voluntary in order to avoid a municipal mandate. And then I think we already have perhaps the structure for receiving the cost reporting data, either into MHDO or through the EMS board, in probably a low cost fashion. But I just want to avoid an unfunded municipal mandate, which we might not be able to get past.
I see Mr. Kellner's ready to, I believe, respond to that. I also am wondering whether or not EMS services are automatically under the governance of the EMS board, and if that could be a rule of the EMS board rather than enshrined in law. So that's one possible way we could think about. But Mr. Kellner, please go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, Representative Tepler, I'll respond to that point first. The board would certainly, in my opinion anyway, have the authority to create rule around cost reporting, though if there was an expense related to it borne onto municipalities, I believe that will require a 2/3 vote of the legislature to approve because of the unfunded mandate. I would defer to some other legal experts to make sure I have that right, but that's been my understanding. Backing into Senator Sanborn's comments, CMS incidentally is requiring ambulance services that participate in the Medicare program to begin cost reporting anyway. It is somewhat mandatory over the next few years for the ambulance service to participate, though they can elect not to and take a 10% cut on payments. So I just wanted to put that out there that that exists as well and may create the data set for the state of Maine automatically.
So we'd have to have access to that CMS data via the EMS board, and perhaps that would also be fed to MHDO. Is that correct? Yes, I'm seeing lots of nodding heads. Okay, so are we all set with this? I think I see Ms. McCarthy Reed and Senator Sanborn nodding their heads.
As long as everybody gives me sort of a raise of hands that you're in favor of moving forward with drafting a bill, then that gives me enough to request the process get started with the revisor's office. And my understanding is that we would develop a separate bill that would address the main care recommendation related to main care reimbursement rates being increased for ambulance providers in the rural areas.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Great.
So can I have a show of hands in the box? I think is good enough.
That's all I need, just so I know there's a majority of you. Yep.
Okay, I'm seeing it unanimous at this point.
Great. Thank you. And I will, since it's a committee bill, I will be able to share, the drafting as we go through. So, and I think the committee is authorizing me to work with Mr. Kellner and other members of the working group to develop that legislation. So we'll try to get that back to you as soon as possible so it can be printed as quickly as possible and referred for hearing.
Seeing no objections from the committee, I believe that's the case. And I want to thank Mr. Kellner for joining us this morning to help us work through these issues. Thank you, Mr. Kellner. And thank you for the work of the committee, and hopefully Ms. McCarthy Reed and you will be able to get in touch to go with the drafting of this. All right, so it's 10:53. We have an 11 o'clock scheduled public hearing. So I am going to suggest that everyone mute and turn off your video and take a 6-minute break. And we'll see everyone back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So if our committee members are at their desks with their video off, look at that. Excellent. Okay. All right. Just looking quickly here. I think we've got a critical mass to get started. So we are going to proceed with 3 public hearings this morning. We are going to take them out of order per request of one of the sponsors. So we're going to take our own Representative Morris's 2 bills first, and then we're going to take Representative Bennett, Senator Bennett's bill last. So that will be how we will proceed today. We'll start with LD 352 and then go on to LD 443. And then circle back to LD 424. If we do get to the place where we're all starving, we may take a lunch before we hear Senator Bennett's bill, but we'll play that by ear depending on how things move along. Our clerk has sent me the testimony list for the bills today, but I haven't opened it yet because we get a lot of emails and I have been doing other things. So here we are. So it's not too long. So there we are. With that, I do want to just go over how we proceed in a public hearing in this committee. First, obviously, we'll call on the sponsor. And next, we will call for any other legislators who wish to testify about the bill. Then we'll hear from those who wish to testify in support of the bill, those who wish to oppose the bill, those who wish to testify neither for nor against. And in each case, we will bring you into our Zoom panel, and you'll have a momentary place where it looks like your Zoom has quit and is dead, and there's a spinning ball of death. And shortly thereafter, you will appear with all of us on the screen. So just hold tight, don't touch anything, and then turn on your camera and your microphone once you are back in the Zoom meeting, and we'll hear from you. It all takes about the same amount of time as walking to the physical podium in the committee room. Just bear with us. It's not quite as edited as it would be if we were in a television studio. Okay. So with that, I'm going to open a public hearing. Before I do, I'm going to give folks who Senator Brenner just joined us. So I'm going to give her a chance to introduce herself. Go ahead, Senator Brenner.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My name is Stacy Brenner, and I am representing Senate District 30, which is all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton.
Excellent. And your room looks particularly sun-drenched behind you today. All right, so we're going to open a hearing on LD 352, an act to maintain the integrity of the individual and small group health insurance markets, and we'll start with the sponsor of the bill, our own Representative Morris. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, fellow distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Healthcare, Insurance and Financial Services. As you know, I am Joshua Morris from Turner. I am here today to introduce LD 352, an act to maintain the individual and small group health insurance markets. The bill proposes the removal of the pooled market provisions contained in LD 2007, which this committee passed unanimously last year. At the time, there was skepticism among some of us about the merging of the individual and small group markets. The committee decided to have actuarial analysis completed to determine if merging the markets makes sense. To protect against any unintended consequences, language was carefully included in the law, setting certain preconditions for a merger, including that both average individual premium rates and average small group premium rates would be the same or lower than they would have been absent a pooled market. We now know, based on actuarial analysis performed at the direction of the Bureau of Insurance in the Maine Guaranteed Access Reinsurance Association, that this precondition has not been met. Specifically, the Gorman report shows that individual market average premium will increase by 4% from $587 per month, absent a merger, to $610 a month with a merger. Given this finding, pooling the markets does not make sense. Maine can ill afford to raise premium rates for people purchasing health insurance, particularly those in the individual market who tend to buy insurance because they need it. This bill would simply codify in law that merging the markets does not make sense and should not go forward. I thank you for the consideration of this bill. I can probably answer some questions, though some of the more technical aspects of it would probably be better suited for some of the proponents coming behind me.
Thank you, Representative Morris. Are there questions for the sponsor of the bill? You guys hear me? Can you guys not hear me? People were tapping on their
I can hear you.
ears.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
You were lagging behind.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm lagging behind. Okay. I'm not sure how to fix that, but that's okay. We'll just go forward. I apologize. So are there questions for the sponsor of the bill? No. Okay. Seeing none. We are going to use a 3-minute clock today. Representative Tepler will show it in her box when there's a minute left, and then when you are in your last 10 seconds. And unfortunately, the beeps don't really work with Zoom, so I will have to break in verbally and let you know when your time is up if you don't see her box while you're speaking. So with that, I will invite Christopher Howard from Megara to join us. Good morning, Mr. Howard. Go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Great, thank you. So, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee, my name is Chris Howard. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Maine Guaranteed Access Reinsurance Association, otherwise known as Megara. The board is supporting LD 352 due to its grave level of concern regarding the proposed merger. The board's pleased that over its period of existence, it's been able to deliver rate relief to the individual market. And the board would be enthusiastic about extending that benefit to any other segment of the market, including small group, but not at the cost of reducing the benefit to the individual market or introducing inordinate risk to Megara's solvency and effectiveness. The board takes its fiduciary duty very seriously, and it's in that capacity they've asked me to come and speak with you today. In its simplest terms, the board's concern is that the proposed merger presents an unacceptable risk to Megara's overall effectiveness in relation to the relatively modest potential benefit to the small group market and the resulting reduction in benefit to the individual market. While the board recognizes and sympathizes with the plight of the small group market, the board believes it's important to weigh the trade-offs inherent in merging the markets. And in the end, it sees significant risk and nominal benefit in the merger, which will at best generate a modest one-time adjustment to the small group market and will not result in a permanent change to its downward trajectory. There have been 3 actuarial studies performed in connection with the merger. None of those studies indicates that there would be any change in the downward trajectory of the market as a result of the merger. The Gorman actuarial study was prepared for the Bureau of Insurance. Milliman prepared an actuarial study for us, and the Wakely report was a comment on some differences between those 2 reports. Our actuarial consultant, Milliman, is one of the world's most respected actuarial firms. They've guided Megara to a solid position since 2012. That report indicates that the merger would result in a 30 to 50% reduction of Megara's benefit to the individual market, largely due to reductions in pass-through payments and the spreading of Megara's program across a larger population. The board hopes this testimony will not be viewed as unduly critical, because they understand the value of the overall goal, which is to bring relief to the small group market. The board simply believes the risk and potential cost of the merger in relation to its modest potential gain is too significant to make this a prudent choice. I'll be available for the work session and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Are there questions for Mr. Howard? Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard, it's my understanding that approximately, in Maine at least, approximately 90% of the people who participate in the individual market through the federal exchange receive APTC, and that the effect of combining the markets that you and Representative Morris are concerned about will not actually affect them in terms of out-of-pocket costs. Is that correct?
Yeah, in general, yes. A large segment of the individual market is subsidized through APTC. So that is on a sliding scale, however, across that market based upon the economics of each individual or family. So as individual rise through the levels extending up from basic poverty level, they start to pay some of that premium. And then when you cross the 400% of poverty level, that group, which you're referring to as the 10%, is bearing the cost of premiums completely. I think
there are additional questions for Mr. Howard. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a newer thing to me, so please forgive me if I'm not that knowledgeable. But the Milliman report showed a decrease in the Megara value per life per month from 54 in 2021 to 31 in 2022. What does that actually mean? Like, how did they come up with that?
Yeah, that section of the report is addressing the value of Megara, and the value of Megara to the market is really a function of its overall positive impact on rate filings. So to the extent that that Megara is able to deliver benefits to the market that reduce rates, that's the so-called value to Megara. That particular section of the report that you're referring to presents a metric on a member basis that reflects the value of the overall program, which is its positive impact on the market.
Can I ask one follow-up question? Is that okay? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Then what would happen if Megara actually failed or became insolvent?
Well, I guess the first thing that would happen is that if we were insolvent, we do have a $2 per member per month assessment. So that emergency assessment could be made, but let's assume that emergency assessment were insufficient. Then the immediate effect would be an inability to pay our reinsurance benefits. It's a fairly straightforward equation.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Are there additional questions for Mr. Howard? All right. Seeing none, I need to move back. I was looking at the Wakely report, so I will move back on my screen to the list of folks who are going to testify today and call on, thank you, Mr. Howard. I will call on Catherine Pelletreau to join us. Good morning, Ms. Pelletreau, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association of Health Plans, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD 352. When we testified for NOR, excuse my phone, please. When we testified for NOR on LD 2007 last year, we withheld judgment on the proposal to merge the individual and small group markets, as we felt it was premature to take a position without analysis. Since then, 3 studies have been conducted. You just heard the studies from Chris Howard. None show benefits to both the individual and small group markets over what exists today. Given these findings, the Maine Association of Health Plans and its health plan members have moved squarely into opposing the merger. We see a significant risk for all parties should it move forward, and that is the reason that LD 352 has been proposed. This bill removes the pooled market or merged market, same term, same concept, different terms, from the law. There's no question that the small group market is struggling, and we find the administration's focus there laudable, but the full picture must be taken into account. The most optimistic Gorman report shows a modest 4% one-time benefit to small group that costs the individual market 4%. Merging the markets will be disruptive to all parties. And this is on top of the disruptions that will also be underway with the movement to standardized plans, which we have some concerns about, and the movement to a state-based marketplace that we support. Changes from the Biden administration could also have an impact here, and their full impact is not yet known. We're in the midst of a COVID-19 pandemic. We don't yet understand the full impact on small business or on individuals. And moreover, Maine is proposing to be the very first state to merge the markets via a 1332 waiver. 2 other states have merged their markets, Massachusetts and Vermont, and both of them have pulled back and are reconsidering whether the markets should be separated. Thank you so much for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions for Ms. Pelletreau? Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Pelletreau. My question for you is, this is at this point the innovative solution that has been provided to us to cope with the preventing a downward spiral of the small group market. What do the insurance plans propose as a way to prevent the small group market from spiraling and becoming completely not viable?
Yeah, we've actually made some proposals in comments that we've offered to the Bureau of Insurance. I mean, we would recommend, of course, analyzing them carefully before moving forward. Frankly, the ones that are most likely to be effective will require funding. So for example, I mean, if you wanted to move Megara into the small group market, some resources would have to be found and allocated to bring the Megara benefit to the small group market. You know, another option would be changing the definition of small group from 50 to 100. So those are just two ideas, and we think they're worth studying.
Representative Matheson.
Thank you, Ms. Beltro. I'm just curious, can you give me some information on year over year what the expected increases of policies usually are for health insurance?
That might be a better question for the Bureau of Insurance. I mean, they track all of this. I think it tends to depend on the market, as you probably heard. I mean, in recent years, because of Megara, there's actually been a remarkable decrease in the individual market premiums. We have not seen the same decreases in the small group market. So I mean, there's no dispute that the small group market is in trouble. There's also really no dispute that Megara has been really effective in the individual market.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Pelletreau? Okay, seeing none. Next, thank you, Ms. Pelletreau, for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Christine Austin-Fort on behalf of Anthem. Good morning, Ms. Austin-Fort.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. Excuse me. My name is Christine Austin-Fort, and I am the Director of Government Relations for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield in South Portland. And I am here before you this morning to testify in support of LD 352. As you know, it proposes to repeal the statutory authority to merge the individual and the small group markets. We certainly appreciate the intent of the proposal when it was included in LD 2007, and we appreciate the very inclusive process that the Bureau has adopted in evaluating this. But when LD 2007 was presented last year, we did express concern about a merger of the market, but we did feel that it was worthy of study. Now that we've received those studies, we believe that the statutory requirement or the threshold has not been met and that the merger should not go forward. As the committee has heard, there is a requirement in the statute that the average rates in the individual and small group markets be the same or lower absent a merger of the markets. In previous committee meetings, there has been a suggestion that the baseline for comparison should be pre-Megara, but we would suggest that that's a faulty assumption and not the appropriate baseline. The premise of the requirement in the legislation was to do no harm to the individual market or the small group market, depending on how the study went. And the test was absent a merger of the markets. Absent a merger of the markets, Megara would still be in place and still be reinsuring the individual market. And therefore, that should be the baseline. When people are buying insurance in 2022, they're not going to look at how the rate in 2022 compares to the rates in 2018. They're going to look at how they compare to 2021. And further disruption will result from a combination of the merger of the markets and the adoption of clear choice plan designs, creating significant disruption at a time that many members can ill afford to face that disruption. We are also concerned about the timing. We would urge repeal of the provision, but if the committee does not elect to repeal this, we would suggest that you consider delaying the effective date and directing the Bureau of Insurance to study other options to strengthen the small group market so that you can make an informed decision on what the best solution might be and not, there are winners and losers in any type of proposal, but this would allow you to evaluate other options and then make an informed decision about what might be the best option for the small group market. So with that, I will conclude my testimony and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Austin-Fort. Are there questions for Ms. Austin-Fort? I have one. Mr. Howard made a comment that the savings from reinsurance are expected to be one-time savings. But what we've seen in the individual market rates over the last several years in Maine is actually dramatic year-over-year decreases, particularly from 20 to 21, which is a great thing. And we thank you for accomplishing that, I think via reinsurance. But it certainly is the reason why we're not seeing any benefit to the individual market out of this, because of the dramatic drop in rates from 20 to 21. And I wondered if you could comment about the fact that doesn't that suggest that reinsurance is actually even more valuable than the industry is willing to budget for and admit, and that's what's generating the rebates that you folks are going to need to pay out to your individual enrollees over the coming years?
So I wouldn't say that, I think that when McGarrah restarted, it was a different environment than when it had operated previously. So it takes some time to gather that experience and factor in the right amount. And obviously our rates have to be adequate. We have to be able to cover the claims that are incurred. So we priced conservatively at the beginning until we have a better understanding. I think in the rates for 2021, you saw that better understanding start to materialize after a couple of years of experience and enabling us to price it. So I do think that that is, that is a factor. There is a lot of volatility and it takes a little time to gather that experience. With respect to Mr. Howard's comment, I think it's a one-time reduction is what he was referring to. Using the Gorman analysis, which was sort of the most favorable analysis, Gorman predicted a 4% increase in the individual market rates and a 4% decrease in small group rates. That's a one-time decrease. After that, you will see sort of, the trend. You won't see 4% 1 year and another 4%. That's a one-time bump down. You also, McGarrah will be diluted. The impact of McGarrah will be diluted by a merger of the markets, by a change from a prospective to a retrospective model. And so therefore, it will not have the same degree of impact that it has had in the years past.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually would like to just follow up on your question with Ms. Austinford. Ms. Austinford, what is the evidence that you have for what you just said?
I'm sorry, Representative, I said a lot. Which piece are you most interested in?
The idea that the bump will only be down will only be one time, and the impact on the merged market as you expressed it at the end of your statement.
So I think the fact that it's a one-time bump is reflected in the Gorman and the Milliman reports, and Mr. Howard touched on that in his testimony as well on behalf of McGarrah. And I'm sorry, I forgot the piece about the merged market. That the impact of McGarrah is diluted in a merged market. Is that yes, okay. Yes, it is, because the funding is not significantly higher than what it was. It is funded by the $4 per member per month assessment. The number of covered lives subject to the assessment is not really changing significantly, so that income stream remains fairly constant. In addition, the federal pass-through monies, I believe in the presentation that the Bureau provided to the committee last week, it shows that that actually is going down a little bit. So you're going to have funding that is fairly at best, and it's also losing the revenue stream of premiums for seated members. So at best you have revenue that is consistent with what it has today, but you are covering more lives and more people, and you are doing it on a retrospective basis, which means that more claimants will be eligible for reinsurance, or more members who hit the attachment point. will be eligible for reinsurance. All of those things, I think, mean that McGarrah will have to increase its attachment points, the point at which it starts to pay claims, and therefore it will diminish the impact of the program in a merged market.
May I follow up? Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Chair. I saw your nod. Ms. Ossenfort, is it not the case that at least in the past, McGarrah had as much as a $60 million surplus?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with their finances off the top of my head. I can certainly try to find that out, and I'm sure Mr. Howard could probably respond to that as well.
We can address that at the work session. Representative Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ossenfort. My question is, what's the effect of raising the attachment points?
So when you raise the attachment points, you reduce the amount of the claim for which the insurer is reimbursed. So for example, if you had a claim for $100,000 and the attachment point is $50,000, then the carrier pays $50,000 and is reimbursed for $50,000 or some percentage of it, depending on how it's structured. If you increase the attachment point to, let's say, $75,000, the carrier is then paying more money, which means we have to collect more in premium to cover the claims that we are paying. Does that make, am I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Representative Connor. Okay, are there additional questions for Ms. Ossenfort? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Are there additional attendees in the Zoom meeting who wish to testify in support of the bill? Please use the raise hand function if you're here and wish to testify in the support category. And seeing none, I will move on to folks who wish to testify against the bill. And I'm going to start with Kate Endy from Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. Welcome, Ms. Endy, go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Kate Endy, and I'm the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. I'm actually testifying today on behalf of Consumers for Affordable Healthcare, but also AARP Maine, the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services, American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, American Heart Association, Leukemia Lymphoma Society, Maine Equal Justice, and Maine People's Alliance. We would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments in opposition to LD 352. We appreciate the intent of this bill to ensure that coverage is affordable for individuals in Maine. And certainly that is a concern we share very deeply. But when you look at the benefits that could come from merging the markets, we believe that based off of the actuarial analyses conducted, that enough benefit has been shown. Insurance functions as a mean of spreading risk and costs across a pool of individuals to minimize the risk and costs assumed by any one person. This makes it more affordable for someone to access healthcare if and when they need to. And markets are most stable and insurance is most successful in ensuring access to affordable coverage when risk pools are large and as large and inclusive as possible. And I just wanted to touch on a couple of points that were addressed earlier during the hearing. And in calculating tax credits for the marketplace, they are provided on a sliding scale, but the way they're calculated is they're based off of how much would it cost you as a percentage of your income to purchase the second cheapest silver plan available to you. And so if premiums increase or premiums decrease, if you're eligible for a subsidy, no matter how large or small, you're going to be largely insulated from that, since you're always going to have the second lowest cost silver plan be a certain set percentage of your income. We'll be providing written testimony outlining, because I know I only have a minute left. But I would also add that the issue of not having, or I guess looking at solutions to increase pass-through funding and affordability of coverage, we would urge the committee to, in addition to continuing to look at merging the markets, to also look at how we can increase enrollment in individual market plans among subsidy eligible populations, since that would increase the available pass-through funding. And states such as Massachusetts, for example, have been very successful in enrolling eligible populations through providing additional subsidies. And I'm out of time, and so I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Endy. Are there questions for Ms. Endy before I ask mine? All right. Seeing none, I just wanted to ask if there was a reference earlier to changes that might be forthcoming in the Biden administration. And my understanding is that there is a proposal to increase or change the way that APTC is calculated. I was wondering if you could comment on whether you thought that would be favorable or disfavorable to increasing our amount of our pass-through in the 1332 and emerged market.
I think it would definitely be favorable, since right now the pass-through funding is dependent on how much money we're saving the federal government in advanced premium tax credit subsidies. And so if people are able to qualify for more subsidies, when we lowered the cost of plans, so instead of costing 6% of income, now it's going to cost 3% of income, you're going to have larger savings there. And in addition, right now, subsidies are capped at 400% of the federal poverty level. And so those, predominantly the folks who presumably are enrolled without subsidies would fall into that income range. And what the proposed changes would do would also remove that cap. So that way, nobody would be ineligible for subsidies based off of their income, as long as the cost of coverage, exceeded 8.5% of their income. So I think that's also it would bring in additional pass-through funding.
Yeah. Okay. Are there additional questions for Ms. Endy? All right. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. And next, we will hear from Superintendent Chapa from our Bureau. Good morning, Superintendent. Go ahead.
Good morning. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. I'm Superintendent of Insurance Eric Chapa, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 352. This bill would substantially scale back the reforms enacted last year by the Maine for Made Health Coverage Act, by repealing the pooled market for individual and small group health insurance, and by making the clear choice standardized cost sharing designs optional. Current law provides that beginning in 2022, provided two essential preconditions are satisfied, Maine's individual and small group health insurance markets would be combined into one single pooled market. The law provides further that once the markets are pooled, the entire pooled market will share the benefits of the subsidized reinsurance program provided by McGarrah, which currently covers only the individual market. However, implementation of the pooled market is contingent upon a finding by the superintendent that both the individual and small business policyholders would benefit from pooling the individual and small group markets, extending McGarrah's reinsurance to small group coverage. It is also contingent on approval by two federal agencies of an amendment to the innovation waiver that Maine has been granted under Section 1332 of the Affordable Care Act to provide a share of Maine's ACA funding to McGarrah. This bill would terminate that process by repealing the enabling legislation for the pooled market. The individual and small group markets would remain separate, and McGarrah would remain limited to the individual market. The bill would also eliminate the provision allowing McGarrah to change its structure from a prospective to a retrospective program in the event the pooled market is not implemented. The difference is that a retrospective program, which is the most common structure for subsidized reinsurance pools, pays a share of all high-cost claims, while a prospective program used only by Maine and Alaska covers only policies that have been identified in advance as high-risk policies based either on a medical diagnosis or the insurer's decision to pay a premium for the coverage. The other thing the bill would do is amend the Clear Choice Design Law to make participation in the program optional rather than mandatory for individual and small group health insurance carriers. Under current law, beginning in 2022, all individual and small group health plans offered in Maine, with limited exceptions, must conform to one of the standardized cost sharing designs that are being developed by the Bureau of Insurance following extensive stakeholder involvement. The goal is set forth in statute is to reduce consumer confusion and provide meaningful choices for consumers by promoting a level playing field on which carriers compete on the basis of price and quality. The exception is that in addition to the Clear Choice plans that a carrier offers, it may also offer up to 3 alternative plans, as long as the carrier demonstrates that the alternative plans offer significant consumer benefits and does not result in adverse selection. There appears to be a technical inconsistency in the bill because it would repeal the language that requires carriers to offer Clear Choice plans, but would not change the language elsewhere in the bill that limits the number of alternative plans and allows them only in markets where the carrier is also offering Clear Choice plans at the same metal level, that is bronze, silver, gold, or platinum coverage. We oppose the repeal of the pooled market because the health insurance market for small business in Maine is under serious stress and might already be in a death spiral. Small employers are currently responsible for paying the assessment that fund McGarrah, but receive none of the benefit. As discussed earlier, there are already guardrails built into place. Implementation will not go forward unless the state and federal regulators, after conducting thorough public consultations and actuarial and economic analysis, find that with the pooled market, with the expanded McGarrah program will benefit both markets. In addition, current law requires the superintendent to conduct analysis of alternative proposals to improve the stability and affordability of the small group market if the pooled market does not go forward. This bill, by contrast, repeals the entire program and provides no alternative proposals to aid the insurance market. And I would note that there's a couple issues out there. One is the baseline. The baseline is a very important issue that unfortunately my actuary is not available today, but at the work session I make available that could affect the amount of 1332 recovery. And that's a key issue here that's really being danced around. This whole idea is contingent on whether or not we can recoup via the 1332 process advanced premium tax credits, and we don't know that number yet. And and by passage of this bill would even preclude us from going down the road of investigating that further. That's a very important point. And just another observation: it's not true that even under the current proposal, the small group market would exhibit just a one-time savings. If you look at the Gorman analysis on page 3, it shows the trend line is lower for the whole period. It's lower than what it otherwise would be. And even in the McGarrah market, the trend line continues to go up. But make no mistake about it, we're not affecting the trend. We're subsidizing the trend here. And we're just proposing to subsidize the trend in the small group market as similar to what we're doing in the individual market. Finally, we also oppose the changes to the Clear Choice program. We have conducted a lengthy series of stakeholder consultations and worked hard with representatives of the carrier, producer, consumer, and small business communities to develop a range of options to meet market demand. And carriers are also allowed to add 3 alternative designs to their product portfolios if the Clear Choice options are insufficient. The effect of the bill would be to change Clear Choice from the marketplace standard to make it merely one option among many. Although this would increase consumer choice, it would also reduce market transparency and make it more difficult for individuals, families, and small businesses to engage in meaningful comparison shopping when they buy health insurance. By diluting the presence of Clear Choice plans in the market, the bill would make the Clear Choice programs more closely resemble the standard and basic plans that carriers were required to offer alongside their regular product portfolios in the 90s and early 2000s. Because those plans were only a small niche market and were not competitively priced or promoted by carriers, they never fulfilled their intended purpose, and the program was eventually repealed. Thank you. I'd be glad to answer questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there questions for the Superintendent? So I have one, Superintendent Chapa. You talked about that we weren't impacting the trend, we were just shifting or subsidizing the trend. So effectively lowering it a step, and then the trend line would continue. But one of the things that I've been just truly baffled by in the analysis of this is that actually the individual market has defied the trends over the last 2 years. And so our trend lines over the last 2 years, at least for individual market premiums, go the other direction. They have the slope is the opposite. They have a negative slope. So I'm just perplexed by how we can account for that, and why we're so sure that that ends today and things start going back up when the trend line has been going in the other direction. I was curious if you could talk about that.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about it, but it's probably better left for the actuary. Unfortunately, she had a skiing accident and just got out of surgery, but she'll be available next week. And I had her permission.
Oh,
to
no.
be
Okay.
available. But having said that, it's a premium. The premium trend went down, and the claims trend has been reduced, but there's still a positive claim trend. Claim costs are not going down. It's just the premium costs associated with that, with the individual market have gone down, and that's for a couple of reasons. One is certainly Magera, and the 1332 recoupment has subsidized that, so the premium increases have been mitigated. In fact, they've reversed, they've gone down. The other is premiums. In terms of the medical trend, I better let my actuary answer that one. I think I'd be better instead of me answering it, and I'll make sure she shows up prepared. Hopefully, and I'm glad she can work remotely now, because I don't think she'd be available otherwise. So
great. We will certainly lean on her during our work session. Thank you, Superintendent. Representative Arford, go ahead. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think I should get the award for the most times not unmuting in a timely manner, so I apologize for that. But thank you so much for being here with us, Superintendent. And I just want a little bit more clarification. You used the term small group death spiral. Could you just describe what exactly that will look like if it actually occurs?
Certainly, it looked like the individual market pre-Magera and pre-ACA, where the claim costs were going up, so the premium costs go up accordingly, and they were increasing at such a significant rate that what happens, the healthy people made the economic decision that it was in their economic advantage just to go without insurance and take the chance, because insurance is so expensive. So the unhealthy people made the same economic decision that their propensity for claim costs would exceed their premium, so they would stay in the market. So the end result is you have unhealthy people staying in the market, and of course, insurance only works when you have a cross section of risks that can subsidize the claim costs. And the healthy people were leaving the market, and the market was down to about 30,000, a little over 30,000, and the average deductible was over 12,000 pre-ACA, and it was a death spiral. And Magera reverse that trend even pre-ACA. The first year Magera's operation, the Anthem's rate were proposed was approximately 20%, and the actual implemented rate increase was about 1.2% because of Magera, and that's reinsurance, and that's a very effective method. But again, the sicker people stay and the healthier people leave, and that trend that repeats itself over the years, and then it just becomes unaffordable, and the market eventually collapses.
Thank you.
Representative Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Chapa. Has there been any other alternative proposals? Has anything been analyzed alternatively, and if so, can you tell us what those are?
None have been analyzed alternatively. I mean, I have heard the suggestion increasing the small group market from 50 to 100. I mean, and I think Ms. Pelcho mentioned that there's winners or losers when you do that. I mean, it's because currently employers with employees over 50 are in the individual market, and they're experience rated. If they go to community rated environment, community rating doesn't add more money. It just redistributes who the winners and losers are. So that's an idea, but again, you have winners and losers. Reinsurance. Again, I come back to reinsurance is the best tool we have to mitigate premium costs, because it takes care of the high cost claimants. I'm not aware of any other proposal, although, you know, they're talking about a separate reinsurance pool, I believe, but that would require more funds. And that's what's appealing about at least going forward and studying the pooled markets, is we're trying to leverage federal funds. So there would be no additional state funds to help the small group market. I mean, that's the intent here, is to help the small group market and to leverage federal money to do it. If the numbers don't work at the end of the day, we won't go forward, but we at least ought to investigate it more thoroughly, in my opinion.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Superintendent, I want to ask you to just maybe elaborate on what you just said, which was if the numbers don't work, we won't go forward. Can you talk a little bit more about who is going to be analyzing whether those numbers work over the coming weeks and months?
Well, the statute requires me, my staff, and my consultants to analyze what will happen as a result of the merged markets. And that's through a public process. I have to do public rulemaking, which is subject to the APA. And any decision I make has to be supported by the evidence in the file. And that's how the process is going to work. And if I make up numbers, or if it's not supported by the evidence, any decision I make is appealable to a superior court.
And then is there a federal agency review to make sure those numbers work as well?
Yes, there is. That's a good point. CMS has to approve the 1332 waiver, and the IRS. It's two federal agencies have to look at it and sign off on the waiver process as well. And again, even if I project savings, if CMS doesn't validate those savings, then the project would not go forward. The merger would not go forward.
Thank you, Superintendent. Representative Quint.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just had a question as far as in the testimony, it was saying that there had to be a benefit for both markets. Doesn't the law require the average premium in both of them to be the same or lower? Because I'm hearing one's going up and one's going down. Am I understanding that right?
You are, and that's why I keep coming back to the baseline in the 1332 amount. Clearly, the Gorham report shows that absent Magera, the numbers would be significantly higher than when Magera is in existence. And if you add the small group market, you are diluting the impact of Magera. So the number is going to be smaller, but that's without consideration of 1332. Well, the new baseline approach, if the actuaries can come up with a baseline that it's my understanding other states are using, and we can maximize the 1332 number, maybe we can affect that number so both are lower. But it comes back to the baseline, which again, my actuary is better able to explain than me.
Superintendent Chapa, are you suggesting that there might actually be even better ways of calculating this than what Gorman and Milliman and Wakely have described so far?
I think that alternative ways, I reserve judgments better as a baseline. Well, and I'm suggesting it's a different method than we've used in prior years. That's why I keep coming back to it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Quint, did you have an additional follow-up? I wanted to try and see if I could help with that. Okay, great, thank you. Are there additional questions for the superintendent? Representative Connor, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last one, I promise. Superintendent, you mentioned the baseline numerous times. I was just curious. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Can you tell us why the baseline was done without Magera versus with Magera? I'm just out of curiosity.
Well, I think, when I'm involved in the rate filing process and we just, looked at the carriers' calculations and projections of the benefit of Magera, and that's how we approached it. And CMS accepted that. It didn't really, we didn't investigate what other states were doing, and it didn't really become apparent that there may be another method. I mean, that's probably our oversight, but Magera was working and we're getting significant pass-through. But in the context here, Wakely brought up the observation that other states are using a different approach for calculating a baseline. So that, I feel obligated to at least investigate that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Connor. So I do think that last piece is really important, Superintendent, that Wakely actually suggested there was a different way, a third way of calculating it than what Gorman and Milliman had suggested. So thank you for highlighting that. Okay, are there additional questions for the Superintendent? All right, seeing none, I don't have anyone else on my list who wishes to testify against the bill. But if you are in the hearing and wish to testify in opposition to the bill, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing no hands go up, I'm going to next call on David Clow, who I might have just slaughtered his last name. And he is representing neither for nor against position. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator. You did very well in the name. It is pronounced Cloud, but you came as close as you can get. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is David Cloud, State Director for NFIB, a small business group with thousands of members in Maine. I've submitted a written statement. I'm not going to read that. I'm just going to highlight a couple of points. One is that taking a position neither for nor against, because not in the position at the moment to embrace the merge markets, as well as not in a position to reject the merge market concept. I believe that Governor Mills has a very, very determined intent to do what is possible and realistic to help small businesses in the small group market. And any way you look at that market, it is a distressed market. It's shrinking, prices are going up. When you measure premium increases on a compounded basis over the last several years, you'll see that the compounded rate increase in the small group market is much higher than it is in the individual market, in part because there are no subsidies in the small group market. What I've asked for, and it might be an ask that's too much, but what I've asked for, basically two things. Appreciate very much Representative Morris putting in the legislation and the discussion that's taking place, and hope that there will be more discussion. And I do plan to review the statements and comments and listen to this hearing again, because I learn something every time I get into this issue and here. Asking for two things. One, not to rush forward with the merge market concept. Now, rush is obviously a qualitative word, thank you, but slow it down. Secondly, I'm very concerned that while the actuarial reports make projections based on assumptions, actual experience is the reality that we will have to deal with once this takes place. If reality turns out differently and worse than expected, what is the escape hatch? Where we talk about guardrails, but what is the way to helicopter businesses out of the jam and get them back into a situation where they're not being devastated from adverse consequences? I asked the committee and the superintendent to study that issue. I have no answers, but I think it bears consideration that the escape room not become a trap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clow. Are there questions as I try and figure out how to turn off my timer? There we go. Are there questions for Mr. Clow? All right, seeing none, thanks for your testimony today. I don't have additional folks registered to testify. If you are in the Zoom meeting and wish to testify, please raise your hand at this time. And seeing no hands raised, we will close the hearing on LD 352, and that'll be scheduled for a work session in the near future. And so with that, next we will shift over to LD 443, which is again sponsored by our own Representative Morris. So Representative Morris, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning or afternoon in about 1 minute. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, fellow distinguished colleagues of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. As you know, I am still Representative Joshua Morris from Turner. I am here today to again present LD 443, an act to ensure choices in health insurance market. This bill proposes changes to Clear Choice products provisions in LD 2007, which was passed unanimously by this committee in the 129th legislature to respond to concerns raised by a broad set of stakeholders. This bill limits Clear Choice products to the individual market on exchange and removes the 3-plan limit for alternative products, enabling a greater choice for consumers. I have faith that Maine people will benefit from having more options when they purchase health care for themselves and their family. Small businesses are dealing with a myriad of challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the economy, and many are struggling to survive. Simply put, now is not the time to add the burden of understanding and executing a new approach to purchasing insurance. If the Clear Choice plans resulted in substantial savings, the benefit would be more clear. However, richer benefit design plans cost more. And without changes to the law, small employers will have fewer choices. And in some cases, higher costs. My phone's going off saying potential spams. Small businesses should be able to help keep the health insurance they want if they want. Sorry. They should also have the opportunity to purchase the benefits that work best for their circumstances. Our committee did very good work on LD 2007 last session. I know I'm proud of what we were able to accomplish in a bipartisan manner. I also believe that due to the circumstances of last year, it would be more prudent now to repeal this provision of the law to help small businesses meet the challenges facing them in this uncertain time. Thank you for the consideration of this bill, and just like the last one, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, but probably better for the proponents coming after me would have more insight into the technical aspects of how it impacts the industry.
Representative Tepler, did you want to ask our colleague a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just a bit confused. I thought that Clear Choice plans are for the individual market on the ACA, and I'm not sure how that affects small businesses in the state of Maine unless we were to combine the markets.
Yes, correct. This is obviously, we have the other bill dealing with unmerging the markets. So obviously I'm in favor of both proposals. But this would make it easier for those small groups, because if we repeal the merging, we'd still need to repeal this section as well. As I understand it. And also, as I said, it really is about, with these small groups, you're dealing with with buyers that they're buying it for their businesses versus buying it for themselves. And I believe the insurance underwriter submitted testimony around this, that typically small business groups purchase insurance through a broker, and it would make it more difficult for them to this would make it easier for them, because there's concern that some of the plans that they're on now might not be offered through this if they had to go through a Clear Choice design plan.
Okay. Are there additional questions for Representative Morris? Okay. Seeing none. Next, I will open it up to testimony in support of the bill and invite Mr. Clow back to join us. Hopefully I remembered how to pronounce his name from one hearing to the next. Oh, you're on mute.
Yes, that's a lip reading exercise. Yeah.
Yep.
Hello again, David Clow for NFIB. I'm going to defer. I meant to have some remarks prepared. I'm not, and as I was listening, I decided to revise those. So I'll be submitting written comments, and appreciate the committee's tolerance and giving me the opportunity to testify this briefly. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Are there, I think we should probably hold our questions since Mr. Clow did not testify substantively, so I'll move on. I don't have anyone else testifying in support of the bill. And so I'll just look for hands if someone did wish to testify in support. Okay, I've got two folks that I had in neither for nor against, so I'm going to move them to the support section, and I'll invite Ms. Pelletreau to speak now. Good afternoon, go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association of Health Plans, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 443. The genesis of this bill is similar to that of LD 352 that you just heard. As with the merged markets, we have been working with the Bureau for many months now, providing comments, trying to work through the details of how these plans are going to operate, be transitioned to, and whether they will provide the benefit intended. Despite these efforts, important issues remain unresolved, including whether or not the individual and small group markets will be merged. While we're generally supportive of the goal of simplifying purchasing for individuals, standardized plans make less sense in the more robust purchasing environment for the small group market, where many choices now exist and employers have the ability to tailor benefits to their needs. Clear choice plans will force the purchase of richer benefits at higher costs for some purchasers. In a merged market environment, the same set of clear choice plans will be available to both individuals and small group employers, even though they have different populations and different purchasing practices. Many will not be able to continue their current product, even if they want to. As the plans have gotten further into the implementation, the process, understanding more into the details, more questions and concerns keep coming up, and we expect that's going to continue. One of the benefits of this bill is enabling plans to know whether they will be offering standardized plans in one combined market or two distinct ones, rather than having to prepare simultaneously for either outcome. For anyone looking to better understand the conversations that have been having and the many rounds of comments, those have been posted on the Bureau of Insurance's website. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. Are there questions for Ms. Pelletreau? All right, seeing none, we thank you for joining us this morning. Next, we'll hear from Christine Austin-Fort. Good morning, Ms. Austin-Fort. Please go ahead, or afternoon, I guess it is now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. And my apologies, the default option for when you sign up is neither for nor against, and I apparently forgot to toggle to the other category. We are supportive of LD 443. The Bureau has had a very collaborative and inclusive process. They've held a number of meetings with stakeholders to seek feedback on the clear choice development of the clear choice plan designs. But the legislation as drafted in response to Representative Tepler's question earlier does require clear choice plans in both the individual and small group market, and does prohibit the offering of any plans that aren't clear choice unless they are one of three alternative plans approved by the Bureau. So it takes a one-size-fits-all approach to two very different markets. They have different needs and they have different purchasing channels. Individuals do tend to purchase directly. And one of the stated goals of this requirement to establish clear choice plan designs was to enable comparison shopping so that people could look apples to apples. But in the small group market, they often use the assistance of a producer or an agent. And so they have advice and their needs are different. They need products that are tailored to the needs of their employees. And thus LD 443 would limit the requirement to offer the clear choice plan designs to the individual on exchange market. Likewise, the off exchange individual market needs more flexibility in prices and more options. They do not receive subsidies. And our analysis, and it's a rough analysis, indicates that the majority of our off exchange members would see an increase in their premium as a result of the implementation of the clear choice plan designs because of the richer benefits and the fact that there are fewer options available. So this would create significant disruption in the marketplace. And groups would no longer be able to continue the coverage that they have today. In addition, the state is very behind in implementation of this, and it's going to make it very difficult to implement these plans for 1/1/23. So we would also suggest that you consider delaying implementation of clear choice, even on exchange, until 2023. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort. Are there questions? Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here again, Ms. Ossenfort. I guess one of the things you said confuses me. I didn't think that it was required that the same clear choice plans be developed for both markets.
It is not required that the Bureau develop the same clear choice, but that is the approach that they have taken. And in a merged market, if the markets do merge, there's an additional requirement that individuals have to be able to purchase the small group plans, and small group plans have to be. So the Bureau does have the ability to develop different clear choice plans if the markets remain separate. But at this point in the proposed rule, they have not done so.
Okay. And then I guess I'm just a little confused because it seems to me that right now we have a small group market that is not in good condition at all, that it's spiraling downward. The superintendent has already stated he's concerned it's in a death spiral. And if small businesses are being well served by the current situation, why is that so?
I did say that small groups, there's definitely an issue with the small group market, and we support efforts to look at other ways to strengthen that market. But premiums are a reflection of healthcare costs, and until we address underlying costs, we're not going to get a handle on premium. But the way that the existing market in the product options that are available to small groups help meet their needs today, there is a wide variety of products with different plan designs and different price points. Small groups, if clear choice is applied to the small group market, they will have 11 plans to choose from. That's all. So there's a possible unintended consequence of actually forcing more small groups with good experience into the self-funded products that the returning committee members may remember. You had a discussion about that last session, because they can get more product options and more price points outside the community rated market.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I'm still a little confused because among the options that the plans are suggesting for improving the situation for the small group market is taking the small group market to 100 members and up. And I don't know, I'd be curious to know what percentage of Maine businesses that covers, and how does that, other than increasing the potential size of the market, how does that improve this situation where most small businesses are currently finding the plans that are available unaffordable?
So just to clarify, we have not said that we are supportive of expanding the definition. We are supportive of studying it to understand how it might impact the marketplace. As the superintendent noted in his testimony on the prior bill, no matter what we do, there are winners and losers. There are winners and losers in merging the market. There are winners and losers in expanding the small group definition. So we are supportive of studying that as well as other options to find out where are the winners and losers, which one might be sort of the best option that does the least, creates the least disruption or does the least damage to, or creates the fewest losers. That having been said, one of the ways that expanding the small group definition could potentially help the marketplace is it does create that bigger pool that was also discussed in your prior testimony. That is, you have small, when you increase and include employers up to 100, you've increased the small group pools significantly. I don't have information today on the number of businesses that fall into the 50 to 100, but we can certainly try to get that information for your work session.
Yes,
Representative Tepler, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I would very much like to know that, and I'd also like to know how many of those groups are currently covered under ERISA plans.
Representative Brenner, did you want to ask a question or you're going to wave it off? Okay, great. Are there additional questions for Ms. Awesomefor? All right. So seeing none, I'll put out a last call for those who wish to support the bill. Thank you, Ms. Awesomefor, for your testimony. Oh, I have another hand going up. Okay, I will remind folks that they do need to register to testify in advance, but I'm gonna call on Kim Cook to testify in support of the bill. Good morning, Ms. Cook, please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I appreciate your indulgence, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I'm Kim Cook, and I'm here on behalf of Community Health Options. And I actually got confused that I hadn't already registered because I received the Zoom link, and typically you get that after you've registered. I have not uploaded our testimony yet, and it hasn't been finalized, but we are in support of this bill as we are in support of the preceding bill that you heard. And I decided to raise my hand because I've heard a number of questions asked that I thought I might comment on during your open hearing rather than trying to just provide it via email. So one of the questions I've heard a few times is, what are the solutions that have been proposed regarding the small group market? And those of you who have been on the committee have seen proposals in the past, and I suspect you'll see another one this year that deals with the death spiral in the small group market, which we have been before your committee over the last few years expressing our dire concern about. And that is one of, where are the small groups going when they leave a market that's in a death spiral? The individual market, when it was in a death spiral, those individuals were going without insurance. And I think it's really important to understand, where are the small groups going when they leave the community rated, fully insured small group market? And a number of those groups are going over into the self-insured market, which of course you all are not able to regulate with mandates and other consumer protections. So I think that that is another proposal that probably needs to be looked at, and hopefully, I understand there's a bill in this year, I don't think it's been printed yet, that you'll consider as well. But I would just urge you all that, given the concerns that have been raised about whether the merging of the market will happen yet this year, or for next year, that and the concerns that we have about the clear choice designs being applied to the small group market, that at the very least you put off the requirement for these to be in place for next year, and recognize the uncertainty that not having a decision yet on the merger of the market has on carriers being able to develop their rates, being able to ensure that there aren't market disruptions that make things worse potentially, and just go slow and be deliberative as we all work through these issues. And I will say that we're very appreciative of the amount of time and attention that the Bureau has given to all of these issues as they study them and go through the rulemaking process, and we will continue to participate in those. And so that's all I'll say. You will see our written testimony coming in the next couple of days on both the bills. It wasn't quite ready for today, but I wanted to at least weigh in with that piece. So thank you for your indulgence.
Thanks, Ms. Cook. Are there questions? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for that testimony. So I'll at the risk of prolonging things too much, I will say once again, any additional people in support? Seeing none, we will move on to those against, and I'm going to call on Hillary Schneider first. Good afternoon, Ms. Schneider. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Hillary Schneider, and I'm the Government Relations Director for Maine for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony in opposition of LD 443. I want to make a couple of points. One is that as Superintendent Chapa noted in his testimony on LD 2007, the clear choice designs are intended to, quote, simplify deductibles, coinsurance, and co-payments, and allow consumers and small employers to make apples to apples comparisons between health plans. So while it is important in shopping for coverage, it's also important in people understanding coverage. And I also want to make the point that while there are some differences in how small employers and individuals may purchase coverage, ultimately health coverage covers individuals. And when people don't have coverage or coverage is unaffordable for their healthcare needs, either people needed healthcare is not received or it's delayed, or healthcare is received and cost results in charity care or medical debt. So it's important for people to have robust coverage because people need healthcare for them when they need it. And sometimes health conditions like a cancer diagnosis are not predictable. So ACS supported the Clear Choice benefit design because we saw it as an opportunity to allow those who purchase coverage on their own and through small employers to focus on network, price, and plan quality, rather than complicated cost-sharing variations when shopping for coverage. For most consumers, navigating the health coverage and healthcare system can be daunting and frustrating. For cancer patients in particular, the stress of their diagnosis and prognosis is compounded by the challenges they face navigating a system that is complex and confusing. Their cancer journey may involve appointments with multiple providers in multiple locations with different administrative and billing systems involving multiple prescriptions and/or treatment regimens. Clear Choice Plan Design provides Maine with the opportunity to reduce the confusion and stress consumers often experience by making coverage more predictable and easier to understand. It has been well documented that most consumers struggle with health insurance literacy, lacking a clear understanding of insurance terminology outside of the terms premium and appeal. In addition, health insurance literacy is lower for racial and ethnic minorities, non-English speakers, and individuals who do not have a college education. As we stated, along with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, who we submitted joint comments multiple times during the stakeholder process that we've been part of, we strongly object to the concept brought forward by some of the proponents of this bill that you've heard, that more plan design alternatives are needed within the Clear Choice design. The name Clear Choice implies, as we said multiple times in our comments, clarity and ease of understanding. We believe that allowing a large number of alternative plan designs would be confusing to the consumer and antithetical to the stated intent of the legislation. The literature
Thank you, Ms.
shows-
Schneider.
Yeah,
Thanks. Can you wrap it up?
I will be wrapping it up. Thanks. The literature shows that dozens of choices often lead to confusion, and when faced with complex choices, consumers often use mental shortcuts to simplify the choices. In some cases, the choice becomes so daunting, they choose not to make a choice. In this case, that results in people going without coverage.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Thanks for your comments. Are there questions for Ms. Schneider? All right, seeing none, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Next, we'll hear again from Kate Endy.
Ms. Endy's currently not on the call.
Okay, next we will hear from Superintendent Chapa. Good afternoon, Superintendent, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'll start off by saying my testimony largely mirrors what I gave in the prior bill, and I can go right, make a few observations, go right to Q&A if you prefer.
That would be great. Yeah, if you could avoid reading the testimony and just sort of make some observations based on what you've heard so far, and then go for there.
We'll do that. Okay. First one is they talk about, increasing the small group market to 1 to 50, from 1 to 100, that would increase the size of the risk pool. Well, merging the markets would increase the size of the risk pool. So, it's a pick your poison, but the point is the same. The bigger the risk pool, the more stable the rates are going to be. Relative to Clear Choice, it's important to remember there's 11 options that we've come up with, but each carrier has three alternative plans they can offer. If you have 5 carriers in the small group market, that's 15 additional plans. So it's actually 24 options that someone would have. So you need to that's really the more appropriate perspective, in my opinion. It's 3 per carrier for the alternative. And finally, the self-insurance issue that was brought up, that was dealt with last session, and just for your information, our data suggests about 9,000 small employers and their employees are in the small are self-insured. Some of those are very small, but that's just more for your information. With that, I'm free to answer any questions.
Yeah. Superintendent Chapa, is it true that at this point we're collecting more data on small groups that are self-insured? Did we pass some sort of data provision there so that you can track that better going forward?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Are there additional questions for the superintendent?
Well, I do have one more observation. I know it's just would point out, even the Clear Choice options, we have catastrophic, we have several bronze options, several silver options, gold and platinum, and we have several HSA options. So we've worked very hard to take in the stakeholder comments during the period and reflect. And I think Clear Choice options are reflective of that.
Thank you, Superintendent. Can you give us an update on the timeline? There were some comments about it being behind. Can you talk about where we are in the process and what the timeline looks like going forward?
We have a public hearing on March 12th, and we'll certainly give it a prompt attention after the close of the comment period after the hearing.
Okay, great. And are there additional questions from the committee? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a small question. And will people be able to keep the same plan that they have now then? Or do they have to go with specific plans going forward?
They would have to be mapped into a specific plan going forward. Which has happened before under Maine. There's been several instances where carriers, for whatever reason, have closed a plan, and we required mapping to the closest actuarial equivalent, but they would have to be mapped to a different plan.
So can
go ahead, Representative Quinn.
Just to be clear then, some people will then be forced out of the plan that they're in, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Superintendent, under the clear choice design, would it be possible for a small employer to offer more than one plan as an option for its employees, so they could, for example, have different metal level options as sometimes is available to small groups today?
I believe so. Well, let me confirm that for the hearing, for the work
Okay,
session.
that'd be great. Thank you. That's my understanding as well, but I wasn't certain. Okay. Are there additional questions? Representative Kepler? You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. Superintendent, under the current rules on the ACA, during open enrollment annually, many people change their plans based on what's offered. Isn't that correct?
That is, there's something called auto enrollment, but it's frequent. We see carriers' market share change dramatically from year to year, which indicates to me that people actively shop and change plans.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions? Representative Connor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent. So when those individuals choose a different plan, that's their choice versus being mandated to change their plan without a choice, correct?
Yeah, I mean, again, they have the option for auto enrollment, but yeah, they choose to migrate. Yes.
Are there additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for your input, Superintendent, and we'll certainly have additional questions for you at the work session, I'm sure. At this point, I don't have anyone else signed up to, oh wait, that's not true. Ms. Endy has rejoined the meeting, so I will invite her to offer her testimony. Please join us, Ms. Endy.
My apologies for that.
No
Senator,
problem. Go ahead.
Representative Tepler and members of the committee. Again, I'm Kate Endy, Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. We are testifying today in opposition to this bill. We do see a benefit in having clear choice plan designs. Largely, I would echo what Hillary Schneider has laid out. There was a study in Massachusetts conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research that found that the introduction of standardized plans increased consumer welfare. People were more likely to choose plans that benefited them when there were fewer options. States have also been able to use standardized plans to try to promote competition based off of premium rates and insurance networks and the things that would distinguish carriers aside from just benefits. And I think that, that's important for people to really be able to make comparisons between carriers and the plans they're looking at. I'll also just, I'll be submitting written testimony with more detail, but given the time constraints, I also want to note that in addition to the 12 clear choice designs, carriers are also allowed to offer up to 3 alternative plan designs each year that don't conform to clear choice. And so I think given the number of carriers offering plans and the number of clear choice plan designs, we feel that's sufficient to provide choice within the markets. And would again echo what Hillary Schneider has also said around if we incorporate too many choices, then it's no longer a clear choice program, and it wouldn't be much different than it is now. And I also just want to point out that in addition to removing the requirements for small groups to use clear choice plans, the bill also removes the cap alternative plan designs in general. So it takes away that cap of 3 alternative plan designs, which we would also be opposed to doing that. And I just want to point out that that would also impact the clear choice designs for the individual market. And that there's also additional policy options the committee could look at in terms of trying to mitigate transitions into self-insured plans from the fully insured market. States like DC, or not states, but the District of Columbia has for example, regulated stop loss insurance, and has successfully helped to curb those transitions in their states. And would be happy to provide additional details on that, or Clear Choice if anybody has any questions.
Are there questions for Ms. Endy? Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Endy. So you represent the organization that provides guidance for individuals who are looking to sign up for health insurance, many of them on the marketplace. Can you give us an indication of how difficult it is right now for people to choose a plan that meets their needs?
It is extremely difficult and extremely overwhelming for people when they go on and they have over 30 something plans that they're looking at, and don't even know where to start, because there's so many differences. There's the changes in the deductibles. Some plans apply copays before the deductible, some do it after. Then, looking at the networks, there's so many factors that I think it's a very overwhelming process. And I think we often hear from people who contact us, after they've enrolled and, down the line, and it turns out they didn't really choose the plan that would have best meet their needs, and that there probably was a better plan available. But I think, again, it's just such an overwhelming experience for people.
Thank you.
Representative Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Would you say that would be because of a need of education on learning more about the plans versus the sheer number of plans?
I would say it's probably a mixture of both. I think that the level of health insurance literacy among most people is not as high as it really would be helpful in order to really make a fully informed decision. I think that unless you've had a lot of experience navigating the healthcare system, a lot of these terms, even for people who are highly educated and are extremely intelligent, insurance is kind of a foreign concept to a lot of people. And so trying to navigate all of that certainly is easier with the more education, the more support and understanding you have. But even, after going through it and explaining all of these options and what they mean, I think the sheer number is also overwhelming. And that's definitely still a contributing factor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is all I have.
Representative Arford.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Endy, for being with us. I just have a quick question. Looking on the flip side of this, you've provided the consumer hotline for how many years now? Quite a few years, correct?
Yes, we have. I'm not sure exactly off the top of my head what year we started doing our helpline, but our organization has been around since 1988.
And so do you have much history or experience of people calling you for help with insurance selection and saying that there's not enough choices, that they aren't able to find what they want, that they would like more choices?
I don't think that I have. I think that sometimes people may be frustrated that the choices they can afford aren't providing the level of benefits that I think, particularly in recent years, there were some changes at the federal level to the actuarial value requirements for plans that allowed plans to have a lower actuarial value and provide essentially less coverage and still be considered a silver level plan, gold level plan and bronze level plan. And since that has gone into effect, we have, I would say, heard from more people who are not able to feel like they're finding a plan that meets their needs. But I don't think that's because of lack of options. I think it's just because there are a lack of good options. And I would say that, that's one thing that I think standardized plan designs could do to ensure that we are, providing more robust coverage options, because that's really what people want, in my experience.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself conflicted in the egg aisle trying to choose eggs because I feel like there are too many choices. And I have used the ACA since its inception for my health insurance for myself and my family, as do all my employees, because we are unable to access that small group market. But I was always overwhelmed by the choice. And since I've joined the legislature, it's the first time I've had health insurance from an employer, and I had no choice, and I find it refreshing. And I'm wondering, Ms. End, if you might perhaps speak a little bit to what other things would help your organization besides just making sure the choices are clear for consumers with regard to purchasing their insurance. What other supports could we offer you?
I think there's a lot of opportunity, particularly with the development of a state-based exchange, for how we, not only what the benefits are, but how we're displaying benefits. What information, like how are we providing this information to people? What tools are we giving them to help them search formularies and to help them, look up provider networks and to really understand what certain benefits mean. And so I think that provides a really exciting opportunity to dig into that. I think also just the availability of and capacity for, in-person or, remote in-person, via Zoom or over the phone assistance, having that one-on-one support with people, which can be extremely time consuming, but you really have to put that time in order to, for somebody to have the information they need to really make a good decision. And so I think that the availability of that enrollment assistance is also, crucial.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Endy, I want to ask you a question, and but in part it's a comment, which Senator Brenner just made a comment, so I'll make one as well, which is that I do buy health insurance for my small business and for my employees. And I actually just pulled it up, and I had a spreadsheet that ran to like the triple letters of columns on Excel, because it was set up with like a spreadsheet with columns vertically for every option that I had. And it just goes on forever. You can just keep scrolling to the right and it just goes on forever. And then I narrow it down to I pick a carrier, and then I offer 4 plans, and then my employees have to figure out which of those plans to choose, because each one will cost them a little bit different amount out of pocket. So I guess my question is why do you think there are so many options out there? Like, is it because there's really a perfect plan for every individual, or is there something else going on here in terms of what the incentive is for the insurers to offer all these different, like minutely different plans from one another?
So I would probably have to say would have to ask the carriers about why, but I will say that oftentimes there are, not huge differences between plans that are available. And I think that, you're never going to create, a custom plan for somebody. And so if you're picking and choosing, what you're going to include, are you going to put pediatric dental in this plan? Are you going to put, vision benefits in this plan? You're picking and choosing. And I think that kind of gets away from the overall kind of goal of the ACA with, establishing essential health benefits and having it so, you could make apples to apples comparisons, and that people with certain conditions don't have to buy just certain plans that, a larger pool of plans would presumably meet their needs. And I think we've seen a lot of changes trying to limit or kind of restructure provider networks or pharmacy benefits to also separate, different plans, which I think can be confusing for consumers, particularly tiered networks. We do have seen a lot of confusion with that.
Representative Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Would you say that there is a demand for all of these different plans, or I can't see a provider just offering all of these plans if there was no demand for it. So there, the business side of me says there's got to be some sort of demand out there for these plans, otherwise they wouldn't be offered. Would you say that is correct or incorrect?
I honestly don't know. I think that as part of rate filings, carriers project their, number of member months in different plans. And so I think it'd be something that either prospectively you could look at, or I'm sure the carriers could provide information about their enrollment in different plans. I know there are plans that have significantly more enrollment than others. I think right now there's also a market incentive, particularly on the marketplace, to be the cheapest silver plan, in terms of being that the cheapest and the second cheapest, since the second cheapest is the one that's setting the premium subsidy amounts. And so I think that it seems like providing lower premiums for a silver plan has been something that carriers have offered, but I think that honestly, at least for the marketplace, I would say that that's not beneficial to consumers to be offering those level of that many low-cost silver plans that provide fewer benefits, because it actually makes it more expensive for them to get the comprehensive coverage.
Thank you. That is all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Connor. Are there any additional questions for Ms. Endy? All right. Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. I don't have anyone else registered to testify on this bill. So I will give a moment to see if any hands go up. And I don't see any, so I'll close our hearing on LD 443, and a work session will be scheduled in the near future. It is now 12:47, and with apologies to Senator Bennett, the committee needs a break, and we need to eat something. We've been going pretty much nonstop since 10. So we are going to take a half-an-hour break, mindful that folks are going to have to drive to Augusta. Senator Brenner, at least, and myself are going to have to drive to Augusta. I do think at this point it's fair to say that we're going to postpone our work sessions for this afternoon so that our caucuses don't have to meet over our very short lunch break. Oh, and Senator Bennett. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have Senator Bennett present his introduction of the bill, because he cannot do that after 1 p.m. So I'm going to have him just pop on the screen, present his bill, and then we will pause the hearing while we have lunch. We'll come back, we'll finish the hearing, and then we'll drive to Augusta. So we won't need to caucus that way. Does that sound like a plan to everybody? Just nod if that sounds okay to everybody. Okay, great. So with that said, let me open a hearing on LD 424, an act to restore short-term health insurance. And I will invite Senator Bennett to give his sponsor testimony. Good afternoon. Thanks for letting us know. This actually works better than if we were in the hearing room in some ways. So go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for the courtesy, because this is very helpful. I've learned a lot about health insurance over the last couple of hours of listening to your hearings, and so I'll cut right to the chase and offer my testimony. It will be brief. I'm here, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Rick Bennett, and I have the honor of representing District 19 in the Maine Senate, a beautiful part of Western Maine. Thank you for allowing me to introduce LD 424, an act to restore short-term health insurance. I'll tell you, the idea for this legislation was brought to me in two separate conversations by different constituents in my district who are struggling to afford health insurance, including insurance offered under the Affordable Care Act in a time of great personal transition for them. The fact is, many people fall into a gap where they make too much money to qualify for a premium tax credit, but not enough money to pay the monthly premium for a health plan. and they're also going through a trying time in their life, maybe between jobs or in transition. These constituents of ours feel abandoned and at a loss for what to do. I learned a lot in researching this bill that the current law in this area was actually enacted in 2019 and effectively ended the market in short-term insurance. The restrictions in the name of consumer protections, which are legitimate concerns, were so great that the market actually disappeared in Maine. As a result, my constituents are now uninsured, which is exactly what the ACA was hoping to avoid. Though short-term coverage is not ideal, it's often the only option available to folks. And during a pandemic, it's even more important, of course, that our constituents have coverage and access to quality care. I know others will get into details. I know this is complicated stuff. And so I respect the committee and all your deliberations in this area. You know, I just, if my bill can be a vehicle to help in a careful way to restore the market for short-term health insurance, then I would welcome the opportunity. And that's the spirit in which I present it. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Are there any questions for the sponsor? Those questions stand between us and a sandwich.
Okay.
So seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. We are going to pause the hearing here, and we will return at, just because I'm anxious about the timeline, we do have 6 folks scheduled to testify. We are going to return at 1:15. So we're going to have a little bit of a shorter lunch, but hopefully everybody can come back. And if you're still eating, you can turn your camera off while we hear from the first folks. Okay, thanks everybody.
Okay, if you guys can hear me and would just turn your camera on at least briefly so I know you're listening and effectively in the room. And then you can turn your camera off.
All right. We don't really need a quorum to proceed because we are already in the middle of a hearing. And I think in the interest of time, we are going to press on. I think most of the folks who are in the meeting at least are here, even though their camera is off because we had a very short lunch break. And so folks are just finishing up. But I think that is fine. I ate very quickly. And so away we go. We are back in our hearing on LD 424. And it is an act to restore short-term health insurance. We heard from the sponsor just before our lunch break. And now I'm going to call on those folks who have registered to testify in support of the bill, starting with Max Linz. Good afternoon, Mr. Linz. Please turn on your camera and unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. I appreciate your time. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Committee of the Health Insurance and Finance Committee. I'm Max Linz. I'm Vice President of Life and Benefits with the FA Peabody Insurance Company. And I'm going to be testifying in support of LD 424 today. And I admit I did listen to the first two hearings, and as both a broker and as an employer of 100, those first two hearings hit home. But part of what our agency does is offer all types of medical insurance. We help guide individuals both on and off the exchange. We market all types of senior products, Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, and prescription drug cards, and of course, group. And as they mentioned in the first two hearings, our group coverage has gone down because a lot of people have moved to individual plans. But we used short-term to help clients until last year when, as Senator Bennett explained, carriers did not offer plans because of the legislation that was passed previously. Short-term medical was a very useful product, and it helped many clients over the years. I've been in this business since 1989. I've seen a lot of health insurance laws come and go. I'm going to give you some examples of how we use short-term, but first I have a quick story. It'll be quick. That happened to me, and I hope it will relate to my ideas of short-term medical. I was skiing at a small mountain here in Maine a few years ago, quite a few years ago now, and I discovered I didn't have my chapstick with me. So I go into the concession stand and I asked the person working there, I said, hey, I need some chapstick. And that person looked at me and said, you know, he looked me right in the eye and said, I never use that stuff. Why would anybody use chapstick? Well, needless to say, I didn't have any chapstick that day, but I used that thing that happened to me. I go over it with our sales staff because we sell a lot of product here that I wouldn't necessarily buy, but there's a lot of people out there that might want to buy. So moving on, short-term medical cannot fit the needs for everyone. But for many clients, it does. And I'm going to talk about young adults that are graduating from high school, college. They may have lost their school insurance. They don't have a special election period. Individuals that have lost their jobs, or they've switched jobs, or their spouses changed jobs, and for whatever reason, they don't qualify for a special election period. They don't have anything available to them until next year when the open enrollment opens for the exchange and for individual plans, or unless they get a job with another group. We have many people that are near retirement, 63, 64 years old, and until they get to be eligible for Medicare, they were using short-term medical plans because it was far, far less expensive than individual plans. A couple years ago, and last year, the average rate for a 64-year-old here in Aroostook County, where we have the most expensive insurance cost in the state, run about $1,250 a month per person. They could buy a short-term medical plan to get them to age 65 for about $400 a month. And in many times, again, short-term medical was the only answer for many of these people. And again, I know that short-term medical doesn't work for everybody. I know that a lot of people don't like it. But just as the guy that wouldn't sell me the chapstick, it doesn't mean that that product is not useful to a lot of people. Again, I appreciate your time. I do have to say one more thing. Last year, in 2020, I bet we got in April and May at least 2 calls a day from people across the state that were looking for anything that they could buy, but there was nothing available for them unless they had a special election period. Yep, I'm all set. I'd be glad to answer any questions for anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Linz. Are there questions for Mr. Linz? Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. What would you say has been the experience of this, particularly in the last year with the pandemic and would this option have been helpful to a lot of folks in the last year with the current situation with COVID-19?
In my opinion, yes, because when they were calling us, they had nothing. They had nothing. And the questions posed were, what do you have we can buy today that will cover us? Well, there is one exception I'll go back to in a second. Nothing that we could sell them to cover them. And most of the questions were, what have you got that will cover us until at least the end of the year? So even a short-term medical plan that would cover you to at least the end of the year would be most helpful. Now, I said there was nothing else we could sell them. There are some faith-based plans out there, but we don't sell those. It's not insurance. I'll be honest with you, I've got burned a couple times selling fraternal plans that aren't covered by state law. I won't sell those. So those would have been available, but again, to a very select few.
Mr. Linz, could you speak to why those folks didn't have health insurance in April or May when they were calling you?
Again, some of them are graduating from college. And of course, they may have had school insurance, but when they left college, that went away. Some people they just didn't have it. For whatever reason, they didn't buy it. That happens. It says so on my business card. Things happen. They would come in, they didn't enroll, or they didn't qualify at the first of the year. They didn't buy an individual plan. Most of them weren't. A lot of them weren't eligible for the exchange anyway. But they were looking for something. I mean, the news was out about COVID, and they wanted to know what we could sell them to at least get them to the end of the year. Some of the seniors, again, they could have bought an individual plan, but it was so very expensive. We have a lot of people that will continue work until they're 65 because individual plans are so expensive.
Thank
no
you,
one
Mr.
specific,
Lynn.
no one specific reason, but
Okay. And what would you say is so when you say they're not eligible for the exchange, does that mean they have an income that's higher than would give them tax credits? Is that what you mean by not eligible for the exchange?
in most cases, it's because they had no income. And what we would do with those people, we have them right here. We keep the Medicaid booklets here, and we show them where they can apply online to see if they might be eligible for that. Our job here is to find the people we talk to the best coverage they can afford. And
okay. Thank you. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Lintz. Mr. Lintz, can you give an example from one of your clients who have had that short-term form of coverage in the past, and it provided the coverage that they needed when they had an emergency or an illness of any kind?
we've had people come in and tell us that it covered, that it paid for the paid per the contract. But again, short-term medical being what it is, when one buys it for a specific period, again, they're not going to be covered in that second period. I've only had one circumstance where somebody didn't get coverage, not in the first period, but they wouldn't renew the plan because they'd had a problem. They'd had medical claims in the first part of the coverage that they had, because you can buy it in different 3-month, 6-month segments, depending on what year it was and what the law was in place at that time. But we had I'll be honest with you, I have no recollection of anybody telling us that they didn't get the coverage that they were expecting when they bought these short-term medical plans. And many times we'd have people that were from traveling, again, some people that were leaving Maine and going to Florida for the winter or whatever that needed coverage, and it covered them. We had no problems. We had no complaints from anyone that, other than one guy wasn't happy because they wouldn't renew it, give him another one.
Thank you. I just want to follow up 1 second, Madam Chair. So I'm a little confused. It's unclear to me whether you've just been selling plans to folks who haven't had claims or whether you've seen people's claims satisfied.
When I say people that don't have claims, I mean, when you buy a short-term medical plan, if you had the application in front of you, or if you were on our website, or if you were in my office, there's an application to complete. And it asked you, have you been to the doctor the past 5 years, 10 years? Are you being treated for this? Pregnancy is not covered. So if someone comes in and they're pregnant, they can't buy that plan because it doesn't cover, as you are aware, pre-existing conditions. So that's when I say these plans aren't for everybody. They're not for everybody because some people just don't qualify up front. And we tell people, when they call us and asked us about short-term, if any of you had ever called me, you would have heard us tell them at least 3 times, these plans do not cover short-term medical. And had you completed the application and indicated one of those conditions, they would not have issued a contract. Now, if you're not the one filling out the application, somebody on the phone in Nebraska is filling out the application for you, they might have neglected to check those things off.
And what about the situation where someone discovers that something's wrong with them after their short-term medical contract is initiated, but maybe the insurance company defines it as a pre-existing condition?
If they disclosed everything on the application, that shouldn't be a problem. The individual I'm referring to that didn't get his plan renewed, didn't indicate on the initial application that he had cancer. And come time for the renewal, they covered those claims in that first initial part, but they wouldn't cover them. They wouldn't renew a plan and go forward. So yeah, it's like I tell people, if you buy a plan, I'll give you, this is how we would explain it. If you bought a plan, a 6-month plan, and you broke your arm on the 5th month, on the 2 weeks to go, you're going to be covered for 2 weeks, but that broken arm is not going to be covered in the next plan. because it only covers you for that period that you bought. Now, some of the plans you could buy up to a year, some you can only buy for 6 months, some 3 months. Again, it depends on what year we're in and what law was in place.
So if the broken arm doesn't heal and you need surgery, you are out of luck.
Again, unless you can get on a different plan, that's correct. That is absolutely true. But we explain that up front. And that's why I'm speaking, some of my counterparts may disagree with this, but if there was a short-term medical plan that you could buy and it only covered you from now until the end of the year, when you could buy in the marketplace, of course, this year is different, it's opened back up, that's better than nothing. And I got to tell you, something is better than nothing to nothing. And last year we had nothing to give anybody.
Mr. Lenz, can I ask, I'm going to get to you in a second, Senator Brenner. I see your hand up, but part of what this bill would do is that it would repeal a provision of our law that says that these short-term policies have to be sold through an in-person encounter. They have to be sold face-to-face, as you're describing, so that your agents can warn people about their limitations. Do you support the repeal of that provision in our current law that would require them to be sold on an in-person encounter?
Well, the way it was written, it's got to be changed, because last year, how would that have worked out for me if I had to be face-to-face with somebody to sell them this? And the bill prohibited me from doing a Zoom meeting with someone. So it's okay. I would be okay, personally okay, if the bill were amended to say you had to be either face-to-face or on a Zoom meeting or in a group meeting. If you want to limit it to main agents, that's okay by me too. But it would have been very difficult. Just think about it for a second. Last year, you had to be face-to-face. And for many, many months, we couldn't be face-to-face. And when I first read that, I said, geez, I got this beat, it'll do a Zoom meeting, but it prohibited that too.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lindis. I'm curious if under the current time where we have open enrollment opportunities with the healthcare exchange, if that would be a place where you might direct your clients.
I could this year.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, that wasn't a possibility. Oh yeah, if we could do it every day of the month, that would be fine. But last year we didn't have that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
See, and years ago, pre-ACA, we could sell an individual plan and it'd be effective tomorrow, albeit it had a few pre-existing conditions for a year.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions for Mr. Lenz? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for joining us and giving your testimony today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Next, I will call on Karen Vachon. Oh, are you there? The Honorable Karen Vachon, we have a blank square for you. Ah, here she comes. Okay. Great. Welcome, Ms. Vachon, welcome back to the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. There you are. Go ahead. You're muted. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Karen Vachon. I am from Scarborough, and I'm a self-employed insurance agent that serves the under 65 market and the over 65 Medicare market, all the individual market. And I come before you in support of LD 424. Being able to offer a short-term policy in Maine in certain situations is very, very important. And I often will tell my clients to consider a short-term policy with an attitude that some coverage is always better than no coverage. And right now in Maine, there are a number of people who have opted for no coverage because short-term is no longer available and they cannot afford to pay for a qualified plan. And I hope that we all can agree that in these COVID-19 times, nobody should be without health insurance. So who are the people, you may ask? And I attached in my testimony a perfect example, and specifically, it is people whose income is over 400% of federal poverty level, and they do not qualify for a premium tax credit. And for simplistic purposes, I refer to them as healthy and wealthy, though I've had my clients quite literally come into my office and cry because they are not, they wouldn't consider themselves wealthy. But tax credit, and to suggest that they can pay and will pay for a qualified health plan, many of them don't. So per my attach, I've illustrated a 61-year-old earning an income of $52,000 a year and living in Scarborough. And the applicant doesn't apply for a premium tax credit. The lowest cost AC plan is an Anthem plan with a premium of $706.04 per month, a deductible of $7,800 per year, and a maximum out-of-pocket cap of $8,550. So simply paying the annual premium, this policyholder is parting with 16.2% of their annual household income. And if they had a medical event and they hit their maximum out-of-pocket, they would part with a total of 32% of their total household income. This is not affordable. Also worth noting, this plan has a network only in Maine. And the 3 ACA plans in Maine offer a maximum network of Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Vermont. So it's also very, very limiting to some Maine residents who are snowbirds in Florida and they're looking for more options. So temporary plans are not for everyone. However, they do serve and fill a gap. They can be the difference between health insurance or not having health insurance. And while they have caps on their benefits, their provider networks are larger. I respectfully ask this committee to pass LD 424 so that every Maine resident has access to affordable health insurance. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vachon. Are there questions for Ms. Vachon? I have one. I'm curious whether you ever advise folks that are in this situation, and certainly a 61-year-old with $52,000 is the worst possible scenario. Well, the worst would be if they also lived in Aroostook County. So for sure, that would be the worst situation. And also if they were a smoker, and I noticed, because I did look at your testimony, that the person was a non-smoker. So a non-smoker living in Scarborough. But other than that, definitely a worst case scenario in terms of affordability. But I'm curious whether you ever advise folks in that situation to file an affordability waiver and buy catastrophic coverage that would be about half the premium that you quote.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
Okay.
Asking that question.
Sure, I apologize for that. I think your internet is a little bit unstable, and I'm sorry for that. So can you hear me now okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so my question was about whether you ever advise your clients to file an affordability waiver and buy a catastrophic coverage plan that's an Affordable Care Act plan that would be about $400 a month or a little bit, you know, somewhere in that neighborhood, and would cover them with real major medical coverage if they did have a medical event.
So those catastrophic plans are going to be a deductible maximum out of pocket of $8,850, and they still are really, really expensive. You know, when people are making the decision to spend top dollar for a premium, and you know they're coming and they're saying they want to get something for their money, and they are making a decision not to buy that. because they're not feeling as though they've got great value in the plan, and they feel like they're spending a lot of money and getting really nothing for it. And that's, you know, as I said, there's not a lot of people that buy these policies, and as an agent, I am always advising of the risks of, you know, not having a qualified major medical plan. I really am always directing them toward, you know, mitigating all of those risks by spending the money for a qualified plan. But a lot of them are opting not to do that. So I just think that Mainers need a broader choice, and that I wouldn't consider that a lot of people would be buying these plans, but some would. You know, you may consider, and one of the things that we did as agents in Maine is have people sign an attestation that they understand that these are not major medical plans, that they understand that these have caps, and basically that these plans, I would always say to them, are only going to cover what is new to you. So, you know, if you were to work this bill and incorporate that attestation in there, I think that that would provide some extra protections and also reduce the cost for the Mainers that really, what this bill is about is an affordable option.
Thank you, Ms. Vachon. Are there additional questions for Ms. Vachon? All right, seeing none, it's always nice to see your face back in our committee.
Nice
so
to see
back.
you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Christine Ossenfort from Anthem. Welcome back again, Ms. Ossenfort. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. I'm still Christine Ossenfort. I still represent Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield in South Portland, and I am here today to testify in support of LD 424. As returning committee members may recall, we did not weigh in on this bill the last time that the committee took it up. But in some of our states last year, we did begin offering short-term limited duration products known as Anthem Enhanced Choice. There's a variety of reasons why people may wish or need to purchase a short-term policy. As others have noted, they may have missed open enrollment, may have failed to exercise their rights under a special enrollment policy. They may be between jobs, or they may not be able to afford ACA coverage. So these plans can fill that need. The plans that we offer in 6 other states they have varying deductible levels, as low as $1,500. They cover 100% of preventive care. They cover prescription drug. They provide prescription drug coverage with a copay, access to the providers in our network. And if a member is accepted for the coverage, there is no pre-existing condition exclusion. It is important to note that these policies are medically underwritten. They do have aggregate limits, and they are not appropriate for everybody. But they can fill a need. And I know that Mr. Linz referenced the prohibition on video conferencing for the committee's reference. That prohibition is not in the statute itself, but it is in the Bureau's bulletin that was issued. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I will of course be present of your work session, so I know you all have places to be.
Thank you, Ms. Ossenfort. Are there questions for Ms. Ossenfort? I have one, which is, can you specifically, we made a very conscious decision 2 years ago as a committee not to ban short-term plans. Can you walk us through the exact provisions of our bill that make it impossible for you to even offer a plan in our marketplace?
Yeah, I think that some of the restrictions that were around, I think the fact that they have to end on December 31st, the restrictions on when you can sell them are some of the requirements that make it problematic. Face-to-face, in person, is also problematic, particularly in the current environment. The prohibition on sales during open enrollment, because again, if somebody can't afford an ACA policy, they're not going to be able to purchase one during the open enrollment period. I think it's also important to note that the bill does not repeal some of the disclosure requirements and the requirements that the person purchasing it be provided with sort of a comparison of the benefits under the short-term plan and the an ACA plan to ensure that they're making an informed choice. But so those are some of the issues that have presented a barrier to offering those plans in Maine. And I can provide you with some additional information in the work session, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, because I just want to push back a little bit. I didn't actually hear anything there that would be a barrier, as I would understand it, to Anthem putting a plan together and offering it other than during open enrollment. So I guess they couldn't be offering it right now because there's open enrollment right now.
Right.
And they couldn't offer it in November and December because there's better options at that time. But I don't understand exactly why, you couldn't have offered it. I do understand the video conference issue. Certainly 2 years ago, none of us knew that this was going to be our life. So I understand that. And if you were here saying emergency rulemaking, we need something to fix this because, we don't want our Maine agents being exposed to their clients, we would be having a very different conversation. But instead, my understanding is that there is simply no short-term market anymore, even though we were very careful, I think, to provide an avenue for there to be a short-term policy market in Maine with some really high barriers and guardrails, but still to make the product available. So I'd love it if you could, for the work session or in writing, take another stab at why Anthem's not willing to enter our market with the restrictions that are in place.
Yeah, I will connect with the folks that are involved in those products, because obviously, because we don't sell them here, I'm not as connected to them.
Sure.
Know that we did look at Maine, and they opted not to offer them here because of the restrictions, but I'll get some more specifics.
Okay, thanks. Representative Tepler.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Ossenfort. And Ms. Ossenfort, when you connect to those folks who are dealing with these products in other states, could you also find out the percentage of medical claims that are denied for people who have those short-term policies, and something about the basis of those denials?
Yes, Representative, thank you. I will see what I can find out.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Ossenfort? All right. Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony today. Your many testimonies today. All right. That is the end of my list of folks who had signed up to testify in support of the bill. If there's anyone else in our committee Zoom meeting that would like to testify in support, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing none, we will move on to those who wish to testify against the bill. And I'm going to start with Kate Endy from Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler, members of the committee. Thank you for having me back. I'm Kate Endy, the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments. While we appreciate and support the overall intention of this bill that was laid out to expand access to coverage for those who are falling through the cracks in our current healthcare system, including those who don't qualify for subsidies on the marketplace, whether it be because they have income over 400% of the federal poverty level, or working families with incomes that fall within the threshold for subsidies, but who cannot qualify because they're in the family glitch. We recognize that there are significant gaps that need to be addressed in our healthcare system. We're hopeful that the legislation currently being considered by Congress may hopefully soon eliminate the subsidy cliff for people over 400% at the federal level, which would go a long way to improving affordability. But in the meantime, certainly encourage the committee to continue looking for ways to make quality, affordable, comprehensive coverage available to more Maine people. However, we don't believe that the proposed changes in this bill would accomplish that. We disagree with the sentiment that some coverage is better than no coverage in this instance, because if you're paying for a false sense of security, then what are you really getting out of that? Especially if that's also going to exacerbate affordability issues for comprehensive coverage. When federal changes expanded the availability of short-term plans and extended the duration, for up to a year, rate filings, by a main carrier in both the individual and small group markets cited the expansion of short-term health plans, in addition to association health plans, as one of the reasons for worsening market morbidity in Maine, and thus increasing rates. And so I think we need to be really careful that we're not adding to the problem. Short-term plans, in addition to the duration and, not covering pre-existing conditions, also have a lot of gaps. They don't cover essential health benefits. Most short-term plans don't cover prescription drugs. They don't cover maternity care. They don't cover, a lot of them don't cover mental health or substance use disorder. And even for services that are covered, there's lots of exclusions and benefit caps. And so if the idea is that these are better than nothing to have in an emergency, I think they don't serve that purpose very well. For example, I was looking at, policy for a short-term plan offered in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, since we don't have one in Maine now. And it was very similar to policies I remember seeing in Maine that exclude anything involving accidents related to snowmobiling or riding a dirt bike and out of time. But I will be providing written testimony outlining the additional reasons we are opposed to this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Endy. Are there questions for Ms. Endy? All right, seeing none, thank you for your contribution this afternoon. Next, I'm going to call on Hillary Schneider. Okay, and Representative Tepler is back in her clock roll. Okay. Ms. Schneider, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Insurance Committee. I am still Hillary Schneider, and I'm still the Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to LD 424. I encourage you to read my written testimony because it will go into a little bit more detail. But the bottom line is I would respectfully suggest that this bill takes the conversation for policy options to a place where we maybe want to consider better policy options, and that the conversation should be really focused on how can we make comprehensive coverage more affordable for everyone. I would say that Congress is currently considering some legislative solutions like providing COBRA subsidies, like and then the new president has issued a special open enrollment period, COVID, and also one of the reasons why the state is pursuing a state-based health insurance exchange is it gives the state more opportunities for special enrollment periods. But on behalf of cancer patients and those diagnosed with cancer, we have significant concerns around short-term limited duration plans. As you've heard, there are a lot of restrictions in their coverage, and allowing for the proliferation and sales of these plans could create or does create a bifurcated insurance market with cancer patients and survivors and older people left in the traditional insurance market seeing the cost of their health insurance rise to the point that they may not be able to pay for the coverage that they need. And then also prior to passage of the law that this repeal is part of, we had some consumer protections related to the sales plans. However, as was documented in testimony on the bill, many consumers still ran into problems. Few cancer patients I know predicted their cancer diagnosis. And when you think about the concept of quote unquote, some coverage is better than none, I'd like you to consider this testimony that was submitted last when this bill was passed. It was from a woman who shared her story of being diagnosed with breast cancer while covered with a short-term plan. And in her testimony, she stated, quote, "When I enrolled in a short-term health plan, I believed it would give me enough protection while I had a gap in other health insurance coverage. However, at the end of the day, it was essentially worthless and did not even cover basic diagnostic tests, let alone the treatment that followed. My short-term health plan left me on the hook for roughly $10,000 to pay the full prices of nearly all the medical services I received." We also have released a report that I linked in my testimony that details the devastatingly high cost a patient with cancer would face if he were enrolled in a short-term limited duration plan. The paper depicts the out-of-pocket.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. We are out of time. Can you wrap it up?
Yeah, so it depicts the out-of-pocket cost of a young patient that's unexpectedly diagnosed with coverage and leaves them with $51,000 of annual costs of treatment. And I ask you to look at my testimony about what this bill does repeal, because it repeals limits on the duration, face-to-face sales, and prohibiting the sale of short-term plans during open enrollment periods, all of which we have considerable concerns about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Are there questions for Ms. Schneider? All right, seeing none, thank you. Next we'll hear from Ben Yardley from the Bureau. Mr. Yardley, please join us. Good afternoon, Mr. Yardley, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I see that the mute button is off and the video is running, so off I go. I'm Ben Yardley, Senior Attorney at the Maine Bureau of Insurance. Superintendent Chapa gets a break for this bill. We have submitted brief testimony. You know that the bill would amend provisions of the code that have been in place for about 2 years. These short-term disability, short-term limited duration policies originally meant to provide coverage in gaps during major medical coverage, and these are not subject to the same consumer protections that exist for comprehensive health plans in state and federal law. The bill would restore some of the previous restrictions, term restrictions on those policies, and remove the in-person sales requirement and prohibit active marketing. Obviously, Corona has thrown a wrench into the in-person requirement. I think we've addressed that in an insurance order. And I guess I would just say that people love cheap health insurance. People love cheap insurance of any sort until they don't. I think the problem with some of these plans have been well described by people who've preceded me. Before the hearing, I checked with consumer healthcare staff who've told me that we have not received very many, if any, complaints about the lack of availability. But and I don't believe we've received complaints, although I will check and let you know at the work session about claims issues. I'll be glad to answer questions for you if there are any, or be available at the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Yardley. Are there questions for Mr. Yardley? Okay, Representative Arford, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you also, Mr. Yardley, for being with us today. As I was not here in previous years for the conversation, what from the Bureau of Insurance perspective were the major, like a couple examples of the major complaints you would receive about these plans?
I would have to get back to you at the work session about that, Representative Arford. I'm not prepared to answer that. I don't have the info.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Are there additional questions for Mr. Yardley? All right. Seeing none, I have reached the end of my list of folks who pre-registered to testify. So I will look over at my attendee list, and there's no one there who might raise his hand, I don't believe, unless Charlie wants to testify, but I think he doesn't. So I will call an end to the hearing, and it is exactly 2 o'clock. I feel that was strong work on our part. We did a lot today. Thank you for your attention to these hearings on these important topics, and we'll get back to you soon on when the work sessions will be scheduled. And with that, Senator Brenner and I are going to make our way to Augusta. Representative Morris.
Yes, I know we're not doing the work sessions today, but I did want to thank our clerk, Christian, for putting all of the testimony into separate emails as attachments. That I think will be very helpful to us when we get to the work sessions going forward. So I appreciate him doing that for us today.
Thanks. And I would also just, yeah, thank you, Christian. I would also flag for everybody that Colleen also sent out her bill analyses this morning. So if you have a chance to review those in advance, particularly of our caucuses, when we talk about the bill in our separate caucuses, those could be super helpful for that as well. And it's nice to have those in advance. So great work by our staff, making us smarter and more able to do our work. Thank you. All right, with that, we are adjourned, and we'll see folks